What's up? Gonna be here for the whole interview, for the whole live. Oh my gosh. Peace, everyone. It's BlackHighPriestess. Just making sure the chat is on. The chat is active. I wants to be here as I'm going live, which is fine. Peace, Jon Snow. You know nothing. So, it's been a minute since I've gone live, and I've been busy. My father died December 27th of last year. I've been getting some more orders from my shop in the last month. I've been just making some business moves, doing some business networking for my brand. So I've been busy, and I still don't really have all of the help that I really need professionally. So first and foremost, I want to thank my clients and my followers for your patience and for sticking with me. Um, I just want to kind of touch base with everyone, and I just want to dive into the subject because a few things I hate on YouTube. Um, I'm live, so unfortunately, I'm probably going to be rambling a bit. Feel free to ask any questions. Um, thank you, Jon Snow. I hate watching YouTubers and watching shows with intros and these long like intros. You know, if you're gonna have an intro, like make it like 2-3 seconds. We don't need half the song. You know, a lot of these songs are not like good, interesting songs people have. Um, some of the some of these intros and some of these infomercials, like Tasha K has that like the infomercial about, you know, the sex toys and stuff. I think that's a bit raunchy, over the top. It's cool, but I recently started watching her channel, and I don't really watch it. I watched it because she was the one to expose Derek Jackson, and like her, I have been waiting for some exposure to come out because, you know, oracles, psychics, empaths, mediums, you know, we can see through illusions and surf the surface. We can see past the surface. But I really don't want to hear about a guy giving cunnilingus every time I watch an upload. I don't want to hear some loud hip hop song, you know, and I know I don't mind my black YouTubers making money promoting, especially if you're promoting black business products and services. Um, but I liked when YouTube was just about real people having real voices, and not like now it's just way too commercial and you can't find real people. You would have to scroll for hours to find a real person, you know, speaking truth. And you know, and a lot of times they pick and choose what people, like say less than 100 subscribers, less than 100 likes or things, you know, views. They pick and choose what small timers get promoted. So that's just my YouTube brand. I don't like YouTube anymore. The algorithms, the commercialization, everybody trying to monetize and do what they need to do to monetize. It's just the whole black revolution has become so commercial that I really can no longer really invest in it, the and we can't invest in it the same way. And this is what I want to talk about. If you've seen Dr. Umar Johnson's interview, great. I forgot to post the link, but I will do that once I finish this live feed. Check out his Breakfast Club interview on the Breakfast Club channel. And that's what I'm responding to. I thought it was a decent interview, but I want to say this, and this is my problem, and my and I want to give my solution for my problems with what has become of our Black leaders that we used to be able to rely on. And Umar Johnson, I feel we can still rely on him to lead, but Umar Johnson went from being a clinical school psychologist, um, someone who was actively one child at a time helping the Black community, actively one parent or one Black couple parents at a time helping the Black community, to someone who became the number one lecturer and spokesperson, literally, for Black America, the number one requested and essentially the number one spokesperson and lecturer for Black America. This is not just the conscious community. This is not just niggas, like, and I'm sorry, but this ain't just some people who aren't gonna get notoriety um from white people and rich Black people as much as niggers and a few crackers and, low class Black people who are victim minded and like to complain. Umar Johnson traversed the demographics. He went from being a clinical school psychologist helping Black people one child at a time to being Black America's number one lecturer that took him abroad because it has been globalized for his lectures, to now being a legitimate fraud who is a conscious community preacher begging for tithes at the end of every sermon. And I want you all to see what happens when you get bad juju and bad African initiations from false prophets and fake Black initiates and these hoish women out here. And I want you to see how you can be doing something without giving credit to the ancestors, without getting initiated into voodoo, without jumping on a sacred spiritual trend that most Black people don't need to be trying to do, because it's not in your bloodline, it's not in your rights, and that's not your bloodline trait, and it's not the gift God gave you to help. And I want you to look at what's happened with Umar Johnson. And I want you all to really understand what Black High Priestess is telling you and warning you about getting into voodoo when you have no right to. When the ancestors are already blessing you without you having to know them and call their name. Black people, we have our heritage. So all this niggerish jumping on the bandwagon of doing voodoo that's happened in the last 10 years since I came out as Black High Priestess and have seen the fuckery and have warned people about it. I want you all to see what happens when you are actively creating a solution, minding your business, and you let some people come put some voodoo or some bad juju on you, or you see other Black people who are initiated and are using voodoo as a solution, and you get scared and you get jealous and you get curious, and instead of staying on your intellectual square, you get into a spiritual path that you're not really welcome in. Umar Johnson went from creating active solutions, one child at a time, to having the biggest platform of Black America that globalized his agenda, to proving that he is a fraud by over a decade of not producing what he said his agenda was going to be ever since he got that millionaire platform. By the way, also splurging the millions or at least 1 million that he did get from Black Americans, not just the poor, from rich Black Americans who could have invested that money into other entrepreneurs who really had a track record for doing what they say they're going to do, instead of trying to create a big platform. So yeah, whatever happened to the school in Delaware, you're saying, here's the thing. I want to warn Black people who want to do voodoo because you think it's cute and because you want to be cute. Don't. Be cute on your own with what you know. Let the ancestors come to you. Reach out to someone, get a reading to someone who you trust with your gut, because you can't let someone, a human cannot initiate you in voodoo. And if you're not already an empath, if you're not already a witch, if you are not a mage, if you're not a psychic, what are you trying to do voodoo for? If you're not already living a spiritual lifestyle, mind your business. Because you're doing more to help Black people with your intellect and your platform and your skills, instead of trying to be something you're not, because you see someone who was gifted with spirituality getting a little more attention than you, or having something that you want when you have your own gift. Most of you Black people, you have the gift of wealth because you're half white. But you too many Black people, you want to be something you're not. And you end up getting worthless spiritual information that you don't know what to do with, because you have not been born with the rights to talk to the dead. So you want what someone else has, or you let some hoes or some washed up niggas who use spirituality as a crutch for their fuckery. You let them put their demons on you, because they did. What did Umar Johnson say? Oh, I had a sister tell, and I'm talking to people who listened to the whole interview, because I'm gonna tell you the things I did not agree with that he said, why, and things that are not true. Number one, I'm talking about the whole voodoo thing, because as Black High Priestess, my whole brand is about teaching Black people voodoo, but I'm teaching you how to use it effectively. All of this fake unclean spirits is not, look what it has done to Black people. Black men cannot stand Black women. They won't even look at us. They don't want to deal with us. Black women are at a loss. Black women are so hurt and depressed and in shock that our men have utterly betrayed us after we have done all of the work in the revolution, while Black men have gotten their dick wet with white women and gotten arrested and killed like little fucking weak baby victims. And what do we get for it? We get to watch the eligible men marry white women, and the rest of them blame us for being single, while they marry white women or marry Black women with blonde weaves. That's what voodoo has gotten Black people. Trying to monetize your channel. That's what voodoo has gotten Black. And all I'm trying to say is, if you're a Black revolutionary, you don't need to do voodoo. Stop trying to stop trying to be cute with everything. You don't need to do voodoo. You don't need to monetize your channel. You don't need to act ghetto like celebrities do to get paid. Just be yourself and keep doing what you're doing to help. Now, back to what I was saying. Umar Johnson sat up there and said, a sister said, oh, you should have 9 wives. One sister came up and said, you should have 9 wives. That's the fuckery I'm talking about. These Black sluts that have infiltrated the spiritual community and brought their stripper hoe mentality in, sucking up to Black men who are already egotistical so they can get clout, because they knew if they told these niggas the truth, they would probably get abused by these black men. And a lot of black women don't have enough protection to tell black men the truth. It's easier to deal with a white man because you tell these black men the truth and they will abuse you as a black woman. And if you tell the truth about black men are not going to defend. They see it happening every day, but they want black women to be silent so they can still abuse us. So I want black people, especially black women, to really look at the interview and realize what has Vodun, calling the ancestors, all of these niggas who get up, except for Bobby Hemmett, all of the rest of these niggas talking about calling the ancestors, none of them know anything about the ancestors. They know some washed up hoe who told them some shit that sounded good, and now they think they're initiated. When he should have just stuck to doing what he was doing to actually help people. Now the nigga begging for donations, scamming black people effectively, and still trying to scam black people, getting on these platforms like the Breakfast Club that hates black women, no black women in sight. The only good thing about the interview was Angela Yee's disgusting, annoying ass, scratchy ass, recessive woman voice was nowhere to be heard. And hopefully Umar had a say in having her white ass off the show, because if it wasn't for her, I would watch Breakfast Club. Charlemagne is a fucking coon. And every black person that gets on the show tries to reason with him to be black again. Fuck Charlemagne and fuck all other niggas who have made their choice to betray the black woman and betray the black community so they can have a platform. Umar Johnson is no different than Derek Jackson. He is an excellent spokesperson for the solutions for black people while he collects black women's souls. You don't get up there and be as good a spokesperson as you are and then talk about I want to black men unless you're demon possessed with Asmodeus, to be specific, the demon of lust. And lust leads to obesity. So when you have a person who's been dealing with or hosting the demon of lust or the unclean, deadly spirit of deadly sin of lust, you get a person who can't be faithful to one person. You get a person who talks and preaches polygamy. You get a person who can't keep their, every time you look at Umar Johnson, he's lusting after a black woman. Now, granted, if the man hasn't been laid in a while and he's saving himself, which I believe he is, based on the fact that black women can't walk by him without him stopping and looking. That shows a man has not, that shows someone who's not necessarily sexually frustrated, but is preserving themselves. So it's nothing wrong with that. But to not even prove that you can satisfy one sister and to have the audacity to get up there and already let any woman who would think about being with you know that she's going to have to share you with some other stranger that he hasn't even chose yet. This is what's wrong with black male leadership. Black men are unfit to lead because black men are easily demon possessed. Black men easily betray the black woman. And if a black man does not lust after white woman, he will betray the black woman by forcing her to be a hoe, forcing the black woman to feel, you know what, you need to share me. Sorry about that, you all. So one thing I want to point out to people is Heed my warning, Black people. If you have no business doing voodoo, if the ancestors have not came to you, if you have not received them and don't already know them because you have been doing lifelong spiritual practices as a practicing witch, as a practicing mage or warlock. Calm down, baby. Shh. Calm down, precious. If you haven't already been doing spirituality, you're not gonna up and start in your late 20s, early 30s. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it real. Umar, I want you all to understand what happens when you use voodoo as a tool to get another demographic of followers. And when you think voodoo is a trend, you'll get these unclean spirits who will take away the power that you had to help Black people and corrupt you into some fuckery. So now Umar Johnson is no different than all these other niggas with platforms catering to the Black woman's emotion, but really giving her nothing in exchange for her attention and her support. Because you're either a liar, you're a cheater, you're a fraud, or you have no respect for Black women because you look at her as an object for you to collect. And there are too many Black men, and you'll see them, some of them in the comment section if you're willing to look through all the algorithm comments and all the comments from the bots, all these fake accounts and fake robots that make comments supporting this fuckery. There are plenty of Black men who don't agree with Umar and don't date white women, but don't think that Black women should have to share their husband just because she's Black and he's Black. There's plenty of Black men who are men of their word and who are part of active solutions that they're not getting credit for. And mind you, when I say plenty of Black men, I'm not talking about single Black men available for dark-skinned sisters like me. I'm talking about the fact that there are other Black men out here who are setting examples that you can follow and invest in and donate to, who are men of their word and who are actually helping their Black wife and their Black children, that you can promote their videos and donate to. Redirecting is a channel with Sister Deborah Yah. She talks about problems, but she also shows the garden. She shows she has a Black husband, Black children. There's no question there. But there's some things I don't agree with because these Black Hebrew, and here's the thing, these Black Hebrew Israelites is the other thing. You got it. A lot of these Black men have this Black Hebrew Israelite mentality where, yeah, if we elevate the Black woman, we still have to keep her in check by forcing her into polygamy. Sisters, people like Umar Johnson speaks up for us, but he's not a role model. People like Kevin Samuels, does he speak the truth for men and women, Black or white? Yes. He's not a role model though. And you got a bunch of niggas up here looking at Kevin Samuels and they can't wait to bash Black women because they're so unhappy with the Black women that they're married to. Because most of these niggas with platforms is married, but they will never show their Black wife because they're so ashamed, they're so unhappy. And what they do is they want to get up here and be like Umar and be like Kevin and be like Derek and be like these other men who actually have attention for saying things fluently, eloquently, and being attractive and masculine while doing it. And these other beta, foolish ass, married, washed up niggas, they want to build their channel and get clout. So they put white women in their videos and they bash and they say these little things, and some of it may be true, but what they're They're making a role model out of these Black men who they think are rich off of basically essentially bashing Black women. It's Tommy Sotomayor censored. That's what Kevin Samuels is. That's what a lot of these new niggas are. You're Tommy Sotomayor censored. You're bashing Black women in a backhanded, underhanded, backwards, sideways way. All of it is bashing Black women. All of it is holding Black women to an unrealistic standard to behave and look and act like a white woman when our men hate us and have done nothing to heal us at all whatsoever, and they won't, because Black men are inferior in America. They are afraid, they are terrified. And they're dating and marrying white women because it takes away the fear of having to protect and provide for someone like me. Because a Black man is terrified to have to go toe to toe with white power over someone like me. Black women, we don't have any solutions other than the police. Our men are afraid, our men are castrated, our men have nothing to offer us. And they're going to watch the news and cry and boohoo and watch Umar Johnson. But what they're not going to do is organize and stop dating white women. What they're not going to do is follow Kanye West when he divorces his dog with fleas and come out with a Black woman and come out making public apologies instead of apologizing to all these white corporations for saying something against gays or speaking up for Black women or saying something in support of Trump. Instead of apologizing for telling the truth, why don't you issue a public apology to Black women for making our experience 1,000 times worse because of the Black man's hatred for us and idolizing niggas like Kanye West, who have now shown you what happens when you think white women are better than Black women. He's came out saying Kim is getting his daughter into prostitution. Kim has already admitted she doesn't know how to do her hair. Kanye West went blonde for a while, trying to still be accepted by these white people who have all control over his money. He lost millions in that stupid campaign to try and make clothes. Kanye West thought he was too good for Black people. He thought he was better than Black people. He wanted to be like Jay-Z, who is another man who thinks he's better than Black people. And Kanye West did not want Black women, and he did not want Black children. And now he's cursed beyond repair. And so will any Black woman who deals with him, because any Black woman who deals with him will have to deal with Kim draining her Black energy through him, because it's not final. These Black men who get divorced and have kids by these succubus, stay away from them. I'm warning you, Black women. The only solution Black women need to be looking at is a woman like Candace Owens. And I'm not talking about dating a white man, by the way. But Candace Owens clearly is not Black. She looks mixed. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be colorist right now. What I'm saying is I can't hold Candace Owens to a standard of a dark-skinned woman with kinky hair, because Candace Owens is socially acceptable to white people. Whereas a dark-skinned sister with kinky hair, you still got too much African aura to really benefit from marrying a white guy the way a mixed woman like her can. And if she's not mixed, then she needs to look like it. But Candace Owens is saying things that are true, that need to be said, without going to the extreme of bashing Black people in the process and going to the extreme of elevating white people in the process, like a lot of these Black male conservatives are and have. So Black women, if you are letting Black men bash sisters like Candace Owens for you, when she's speaking up against George Floyd was with a white woman. Why is anyone in Black America feeling bad for him? Because he was Black and got himself into a situation that Black Americans, we in the conscious community, should know better, because we shouldn't be doing drugs, we shouldn't be criminals, and we shouldn't be fucking with white people who are racist. But yet we still glorifying these niggas. And I say we because I know higher class, upstanding, educated, solution oriented, conscious, activist Black people. Yet my Facebook timeline is still full of motherfuckers talking about George Floyd and whether or not, and all these other Black criminals who should not be our concern at all whatsoever. So Black women, if you have dark skin and you have kinky hair, you should not be part of the conscious community anymore. You need to be joining the MAGA movement. And I'm not talking about supporting Trump or supporting one person. Black High Priestess tells you spiritually what you should be supporting. Christ is the only Vodun ancestor and only deity that died for your sins and shed Vodun bloodshed with the Vodun ritual of sacrifice, blood sacrifice for you. So that's the only person you should be voting for in any way. But when I'm talking to Black women, look, you got to understand, my whole brand was to help Black women deal with the fact that our men are inferior. I've never had a question about the Black man's inferiority. I became Black High Priestess to help my sisters cope with it. And there was at one point where I was really about Black love and everything, but that shit ain't helping Black women. That should only help Black men be more inferior while they convinced Black women that they loved us, when all the eligible Black men went with the white women that they wanted. And the Black men who love Black women can barely speak English and have at least 5 kids by 3 different women. So sisters, you gotta understand something. Black men that love Black women rarely have something to offer you. And most Black men that love Black women are already married to a Black woman that he's not treating right 100%, because he's too busy telling you how much he loves Black women. So sisters, dark skinned, kinky haired sisters, I'm responding to Umar Johnson's interview, but I'm also ranting about a lot of the new year and things that have happened. Black women, we cannot afford to be part of any fuckery, and we can't afford to keep listening to these. I'm not saying I listen to people like Umar Johnson for entertainment purposes, because the time of him being a solution is gone, long gone. Gullah Griot, peace and love, and peace and power. You said Black men isn't fit to lead. Only white people say that. That's Asian behavior. Well, no, it's true. We see what happens when Black men lead. And like I said, there may be a few Black men that doesn't apply to, but that's not helping single Black women who have dark skin, kinky hair, and intellect. So, like I said, sisters, this is a perfect example of when we're telling our truth and stating our experiences, you cannot rely on Black men to help you. He has no empathy for your situation. The Black man has no empathy for what you go through. He has no empathy for the fact that every time you turn on any social media, not just the TV, any social media, you're going to be bombarded with commercials and media that shows Black men with white women, and half of it is Black men choosing to promote that. It's not white corporate America making commercials. Half of it is white corporate America making commercials, from clothing to alcohol to anything. You're gonna see a Black man with a white woman. But the other half of it is Black men promoting white femininity in the form of promoting Black women with blonde hair, in the form of promoting Asian women, non-Black women, in the form of promoting Black male celebrities who do not have Black wives, sports athletes, actors. None of these Black men are married to Black women, especially in hip hop. So sisters, you got to understand, like Gullah Griot shows, Black men have no sympathy and no empathy for our experience. He hates you. He wants you to defend him from white men. He wants you to stand up for him while he promotes and elevates white women. Meanwhile, we are the only ones really suffering in the Black community, and we're still speaking up for Black men. Umar Johnson can speak up for Black women all you want, but when you get up there and you haven't shown that you can love one Black woman effectively into healing, yet tell any Black woman interested in you that she's going to have to share you, sisters, you got to understand the Black man is cursed. The Black man is inferior and he's under a spell, and he has no empathy for our conditions. And if you want to find Black men who have enough intelligence for you, I'm not talking about no dumb hoes who can't do nothing but strip and who also cannot speak proper English and cannot do African hair. I'm talking to real African sisters who are African American or African in America. I'm not talking to no niggas right now. I'm not talking to no woman who has a perm or who has weave, nothing. I'm sorry. Some of my family members, most of my family members wear weave. So I'm not trying to be offensive to all of my sisters. I'm letting Black women know of the standard that I'm setting for what I'm talking about. There are no Black men for us. You weave wearing Black women who do all this compromising so you can keep Black men around you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to real dark-skinned, unapologetically kinky haired Black women who don't have to wear makeup and don't go out wearing makeup and are doing all and know how to cook, know how to clean. And a lot of you, unfortunately, are single mothers because Black men ain't shit. So, at the and I'm not saying that women aren't, but I'm not there's no one's really speaking up for Black women right now in a way that is not elevating white supremacy. This is not elevating white supremacy. Our Black men are inferior, sisters. You cannot criticize him. You cannot hold him to any standard higher than being a nigger or a slave without him abusing you for trying to elevate him. Brexit, Black conservatives. You don't have to be a Trump supporter. I personally like the motherfucker. Entertainment purposes, though. I'm not talking about idolizing Trump as no Black savior here. I did not vote for Trump, and I don't encourage anyone to vote. But what I'm saying is he exposed how easily brainwashed Black people have become. Before, you could not brainwash Black people this easily. Trump showed that the only Black people using intelligence are Black conservatives. Everyone else is going to feed into whatever the media says instead of thinking for themselves. What part of the conscious revolution is that? Black women, listen to BlackHighPriestess. Black men are under the spell that their cell phone algorithms are putting on them. And a lot of Black men who will date you work minimum wage jobs. So their apps that they use to make deliveries or drive Uber, all these apps that these Black men who work minimum wage jobs are using since COVID happened are programming them against you. He subconsciously is erasing you from his whole existence. All these Black men who watch anime, play video games. Video games is number one. Any Black man who plays video games, sister, you just stay away from them. And I'm keeping it real. I grew up playing video games. And but I also grew up practicing witchcraft. So when I'm telling you there's a spell over all Black men in America, let Umar Johnson be an example. Dark-skinned Black women with kinky hair, especially if you're single. Because a lot of you sisters are already married and everything. But like I said, most of you sisters are married, you wear weave. You're not very intelligent. So your husband chose you because you know, and I'm not trying to be, there's a whole agenda to dismantle the very fabric of being man and woman. And most Black women who get married are married to Black men who are not eligible for the type of women that I am talking to. The sisters that I'm talking to who are not going to settle for trash because he's Black, and are not going to marry white because we can, and because it's easy, and because white men are actually legitimately and effortlessly compatible with us. I'm talking about that level of class. Black women, get with the conservative movement. That's the only place in America you're going to find Black men who are God-fearing and still pro-Black, who are hardworking and career-oriented, and are make above minimum wage, but still believe in family structure, still have the Christian morals that Black people need. And I'm not talking about that church shit. I'm not talking about that coon church mentality. I'm talking about Christian, Christ-like morality that a Black man will never get up there using his platform to promote polygamy to the Black woman who has suffered enough degradation. Black women, leave these niggas alone. And then let me tell you something else, Black women. If you're single and you're fine, let a man come to you. Don't come to no nigga. These Black men are afraid of us, and they hate us. And they hate if we hold them accountable for how much we have to suffer because all they date is white women. All they want is weave-wearing Black women. Black men cannot relate to us, sisters. We have surpassed them in education, health-wise. So understand, sisters, you have to stay away from the hip hop industry. You have to take Hollywood with a grain of salt because you will never be represented in Hollywood. Queen and Slim was not promoted. Proud Mary was not promoted. Black Lady Sketch Show, I May Destroy You, not promoted. Insecure, we've been, waiting, but Issa Rae is busy. And Issa Rae, sisters, stop looking for a Black man to if you have intelligence, and because all these Black men want from you, sisters, is for you to be barefoot pregnant and have his babies so he can take all the credit for being something that you probably are bringing to the marriage. So if you got real talent and you got something to say and you want to make movies, you want to be a director, you know how to write Black women, do not wait on a Black man who acts like he has a platform to offer you. Get with ladies like Issa Rae. Get with these Black women who are doing it without a man to show for it. I don't know her relationship status, but she looks single to me. Because Black women who are doing the things that Black men refuse to do for us, our men don't want us. They hate us. They resent us. Black women. It's been 3 years now, and I'm just going to keep telling you and keep warning you. There is a severe spell over Black men that these fake Vodun people are not going to be able to help you break. The black man does not want responsibility for you, sister. He doesn't want the throne. He doesn't want the crown. He wants a trophy wife to say he made it so he doesn't have to contend with white men, because if he does, he will lose. He has lost. He keeps losing. Umar Johnson curses out his audience half the time he goes live because black men have lost. Black men resent us black women because they are losers. They have lost. They cannot defeat white supremacy. They cannot defeat white men. They can't do anything about it. They can't get along with each other. Sisters, black men are not fit to lead. You want proof? Look at Africa. You got the president of Ghana essentially getting up there admitting that they didn't have the fucking notion to stop dealing with white European power structures raping the resources damn near until black Americans made the Black Panther superhero movie and woke up these niggas in Africa who sold us out to white people and been inferior ever since. Black Americans have rose higher than the African because we've been groomed by superior white people, and we know how to do commerce and how to conquer and how to succeed, while the African only knows how to get conquered. And the African, because of so much repatriation of black Americans to Ghana, is just now figuring out how to get up to par, because the African has been inferior since they sold the West African to the Dutch and them. So stop, Gullah, Griot, and everyone else. The black man is not fit to lead. And if he is, show me a black male leader who can have a platform like Umar Johnson's, because I see black men with 1 or 2 followers fit to lead, saying the truth. I see black men with 100 subscribers and less, fit to teach, fit to be followed, at least by a few people. But if the black man is fit to lead, let a black man get some money, let a black man get a platform, and see, do he not get a white woman with his money or start degrading the black woman sexually with his platform. The black man is not fit to lead. The black man is not fit to lead. So black women, don't follow no black men. The only black revolutionaries in America are black women. You're not going to get anywhere following black men. I don't know. I don't understand why. And the left out movement, that shit fizzed out the moment it started. So if anyone knows anything about the left out movement, that was about, black women being left out of all solutions, especially even in the conscious community, let me know. But sisters, black men are not doing anything for us. So I urge you, get with black conservative movement, where that's the only place where upstanding, moral black men are. You just got to be careful, because some of them are going to be swirlers because they think they're too good for other black people. So you're going to encounter racism and colorism everywhere. But at least you're going to find the real black revolutionaries are on that Brexit bandwagon. These other niggas want to complain and want to keep talking like Umar Johnson. He is a fraud. And the Yadameen Godcast, who is not an agent and not a coon like Charlemagne is, but I get called agent for telling the obvious truth. Black men are not fit to lead. So, not these niggas, because these niggas didn't have no daddy, and if they did, they had a womanizing, pimping father, just like they talk about. So at the end of the day, another thing that Umar Johnson has compromised on his white supremacist, anti-white supremacist rhetoric, Because spiritually, Umar Johnson, you are wrong. And if you did any ounce of real voodoo, instead of having these lustful, unclean, demonic spirits that these super hoes put on you, some of them right here in Chicago, because I know I've heard people brag about initiating Dr. Umar Johnson. I've talked to people who wanted to brag to me about they initiated Umar Johnson when she ain't even been initiated into voodoo herself. They trying to do some shit after BlackHighPriestess came around because they're afraid of losing clients to what's this new chick, what's she doing? Because I'm at a point where I'm just about to call niggas out. And I try not to make it petty because we all do things, but I just wanted to show an example of, you know, these niggas is all compromised, sisters, because mixed people are not African. You see these black men, black women, you gotta realize they're trash. This breed of black men here in America is trash. And if we don't exodus to Africa soon, where they're really trying to keep white people out, and if we don't go help the sisters over there and get, if we don't get to a place where we have the actual upper hand as dark-skinned black women, where men will defend us before any, because these black men in America are trash and they will abuse you because you're a black woman if you hold them to a higher standard than being a nigger. Stay away from these men, sisters. They all got kids, they're broke. And the ones that aren't, they're afraid, they're uneducated, or they won't date you. They want a trophy wife because that's easier than still being a revolutionary when white men keep defeating him at every turn, because white men can stick together and black people cannot. Stop acting like we're not inferior when we are. And if you cannot, as a black person, acknowledge the inferiority of us and stop trying to go back into the past to find some superiority and stop trying to put it on the children to do better, and look at your grown ass and say, am I superior or inferior? And if you're an inferior nigger, take the weave out of your hair, break up with your white woman, and get right with God. Learn to speak proper English. Sisters, hold yourself with a posture that shows that you can model, instead of slouching around and carrying yourself like a fucking man all the time. Act like you wear heels and a skirt all the time, even if you don't. Because you degrade yourself acting like a fucking man. And excuse my French, cursing is not the most feminine thing, but I am fed up with Black Americans. I am truly fed up with Black Americans. And I'm fed up with social media, with Black people on social media joining the bandwagon. Umar Johnson, mixed people are not Black. If you knew anything about spirituality, Umar Johnson, you would know if we are a matriarchal race, that means your mother determines your race. So anyone with a white mother, an Asian mother, a non-Black mother is not Black. They're the race of their mother. That's why whatever mixed athlete who you were talking about, who's got a white man and whose mother is a cracker, that's why she stood up for Japan or the Philippines instead of Haiti, because her mother is white. Baby, hush, quiet. That because her mother's white. Her mother's not Black. She's white, Japan, whatever. She's white. She is lighter than a brown paper bag. And she was not born to African parents. So Umar Johnson is very wrong. Your mother determines your race. So you don't just up and start claiming no fucking crackers and no mulattoes, Umar. Umar Johnson, you're under a spell. because you let some hoes put some bad juju on you for clout, and now you have demons of lust on you. And the reason you are trying to claim mulatto women as black is because it's only a matter of time before you come out with your non-black woman. Black women, Brexit. And I'm not saying, just like I said, you don't have to hashtag MAGA and things like that. But sisters, you have to become conservative. You cannot be friends with white women. You cannot be friends with mixed women who will never put your interests first. You cannot be friends with these blonde, weave wearing, fake haired black women who like to wear nails as long as their fake hair that's down their ass. You can't befriend these fake white Jezebel spirited women and think you're going to succeed being surrounded by your open enemy who is only going to take the energy from any black man who come around. Stop hanging around these women. Actively go through your timeline and find every woman who is as dark as you or darker. Then actively go through and find every dark-skinned woman who has natural hair. Start an alliance with these women who agree with you about black men. Go out with those women. Try and have dinner, or if you have to Skype or Zoom or whatever, try to meet up with these women once a week. It can just be one or two. And you don't have to start a Facebook group. Don't start no fucking Facebook group. Don't start no group. No. Just reach out to other dark-skinned women around you who agree with you about black men and start hanging out with them on a regular basis, so you don't have to be surrounded by white people who are just going to drain you of all resources and use you as labor, and use you as a way to show the black men that they want to fuck, that, hey, I can get along with black women, come fuck me. That's why they're friends with you. If it don't apply, let it fly, but I can guarantee it does. Black women, get with the conservative movement. You get with these black, you can check dudes out, but you can't check every man out to find out what his wife looks like. But get with these black men who support police officers, because black men who support police or are themselves a police officer are brave and disciplined. And niggas who listen to Umar Johnson are not. All the eligible black men stopped listening to Umar Johnson 7 years ago when they realized he was a fraud, because they realized that they were more masculine and they were doing more than him. Once they realized it took him 3 years to do something that took less. You got brothers saved up their money and got land and homeschooling for less. So sisters, you're going to have to leave hip hop. You're going to have to leave Hollywood. You're going to have to leave your slutty Jezebel friends who like to wear long nails and weave and listen to music that degrades them. And you're going to have to stop hanging around all these white women who think they're better than you, who are using you as liberal clout for the black men they want to fuck. You're going to have black women. We are the leaders. And we can stick together. But you're going to have to differentiate yourself from these pick-me women, from these women who support black men no matter what, no matter how much he hates us and degrades us. And you're going to have to accept, black woman, that if you hold black men to any higher standard than being a nigger, he's going to say you're bashing him. You're going to get called bashing. You might get abused. You might get hit. You might get beat up, because these black men have no emotional maturity. And the way these black men will hit you and beat up on you and abuse you and get in the comment section and call you out of your name and everything for saying that you want more from him than being a nigger who expects you to defend him. They would never dare do that to a white man or a white woman. The way a black man will abuse you, the way he talks to you, he will never do it to a white person. He will never talk to a white woman that way. Black women, leave these men alone. Get a passport and get out of America, myself included. Black men here are trash. And the only ones that are eligible are skinny, they look like boys, or they're bald, fat. We deserve better, Black women. We deserve a sexy athlete. But all the sexy athletes in America only want white women. We deserve a rich man. Rich Black men only want white women. African men are intelligent. African men are sexy. Africa is humongous. You can fit more than 3 Americas in Africa. And it ain't just a bunch of inferior ass fucking coon ass presidents who had to watch Black Panther before they realized, hey, let's stop foreign trading with white people and let's get with Black people that we sold and didn't give a fuck about because we're inferior. We're an inferior race. There's other countries, Tanzania, Chad. The president of Chad just died. Nigga was a revolutionary. Excuse my French. But he was real. Sisters, stop watching all this Hollywood media that erases you and erases white masculinity and only puts white women in with brown and Black men. Hush, baby. There's too much African media. So I don't agree with Umar Johnson sitting there trying to graft no fucking mulatto imperialism into the revolution. I don't agree with this nigga half-faggoted plan for only having a school for Black boys. I don't agree with this nigga getting up there trying to promote polygamy when you ain't even shown that you can satisfy one Black woman while you calling them queens every time they walk by. And I don't agree with this nigga constantly getting on coon platforms. Lord Jamar, Lord, by the way, Lord, because he is royal. Lord Jamar did what a alpha Black man does. He held Umar Johnson accountable. And what did Umar Johnson do? He got loud with him. Sisters, this is how the Black man is. If Umar Johnson's gonna get loud and confrontational with Lord Jamar, who was very cool, calm, and collect, like a true noble, something most of you niggers don't know anything about being. Look at the way Lord Jamar comports himself and conducts himself. Look at the way Lord Jamar conducts himself. Of course, he's married, so that doesn't do single Black women any good. But he is an example of what happens when you hold these inferior Black men accountable. Inferior Black men get loud, they get emotional, and they accomplish nothing. Lord Jamar is a superior Black man. He's noble, he's sophisticated, he clearly has European blood, Moorish heritage, because like I said, Africa has proved its own inferiority. And I'm not talking about the whole of Africa. I'm just talking about all these countries with white people. Whatever African country has white people in it, you get me? We want to erase over the European nobility of the Moors when there's a certain level of aristocracy and sophistication that's been bred out of Black people, that you really have to be European to really understand it and achieve at some point. You know, there's nothing against ancient Africa, but look at Africa now. When black Europe is and was where is that? All I'm saying is, sisters, the way Umar Johnson was with Lord Jamar, black men are going to be 3 times worse with you. He'll hit you. Because see, a black man is afraid of another black man. But you hold these black men accountable and you're a black female, he's going to bash you. He's going to get loud. He's going to get ignorant. He's going to get belligerent. He's going to become abusive. He's going to try and exercise his masculinity and authority. And if you're a black woman who's single and you don't have any protection, and you don't have a weapon on you to protect yourself from him, he's going to abuse you, because that's how these black men are. But the media wants us to believe we have to fear these white cops who are at some point the only ones keeping black people safe. How many black women have to call the cops on that abusive black man who has no emotional control because he has no discipline the way a cop has discipline or should, the way a man who's been in the military has discipline or should, the way a man who's trained in martial arts has discipline or should. Sisters, these black men have no discipline. They have no empathy for your situation. They want you to be a doormat. They want you to protect him. They want you to provide for him. They want you to get him PlayStation secured. And if you don't do all of these things that these ugly ass white women who are paying these black men to fuck them are doing, he's going to say, I'm going to go with the white woman. Let him. The truest words I ever heard was from an old, she's not old, but a past roommate of mine, dark-skinned sister with kinky hair, a real one, a real independent sister, a real queen. And the truest words I ever heard spoken about interracial dating when it comes to the black woman is, she said, when I see a black man with a white woman, I don't get mad, because that's exactly the type of black man that I don't want. And sisters, in the words of my past roommate, these men are cursed. He's with a white woman because he's inferior and he's too afraid to date you because he's afraid of white men. These black men want shields. These white women are their new shields, because black women, we've stopped protecting these inferior niggers. That's what they are. That's what they want to be. That's why they listen to music like that, because they don't want to do any better for you. They have no respect for you. So they're not going to do better because they don't care about what you need from them. They don't. Black men do not care about what black women want. Black men do not care about what black women need. Black men do not care about the single motherhood. Black men do not care about the suicidal conditions of black women, because white women are getting everything that we killed ourselves for. Whether it's a job, whether it's a man, whether it's credit, whether it's a career, we have to work hard, and the white woman gets promoted and we stay in the same position doing all the work, and she just keeps moving right on up, and then she marries a black man. And you think black women, that doesn't make us suicidal? After we spend years and years of being degraded on these jobs where we have to be slaves to white people, and the black men don't even defend us because they're too busy letting white women sexually enslave them and come between him and us. The black man does not care about you, black woman. Get out of this country if you can, if you can figure out a way. I'm not saying it's going to be better somewhere else, but I'm warning you. The black man is not our ally. He is not our ally. And the ones that are cannot do anything for us. And they're still, black men are still looking for black women to do for them. Why? Because we are the ones who have succeeded. And he's still afraid. He's still used to us defending him. And when we need him to defend us, where is he? With a white woman. All the work we did to defend black men, what do we get for it, black women? We get to watch white women get everything we worked for. Sisters, all your hard work defending the black man, what do you have to show for it? I can guarantee it's not a black husband. You probably got some kids. Sisters, stop listening to black men altogether. Unless he's your husband, or unless you are trying to listen to single black men say, hey, I'm looking for a black woman. This is what single black men are looking for. But if these single black men are, if they just up here trying to set standards for you because he's really wants a white woman, no, listen to some of these black men who are telling you what you can do to get a good man, or what black men want, what men who are inserting, but at the end of the day, stop listening to black men in America, sisters. He's not fit to lead. His agenda does not concern you at all. And the black man has already told us for the past 25 years. I'm 36, so some of y'all been in the conscious community for 50 years to know black men ain't shit. Because what has the black man told you he wants from you? He wants you to be barefoot and pregnant. He wants you to be submissive. He wants you to be natural, which is a fucking lie, black women. That's why black women stopped going natural after Black Panther. Because that's not what black men want. Sisters went natural and realized, damn, I had a man when I had fake hair. I had a man when I was wearing fake nails. I had a man when I was acting white. Now black men don't want me. Now I can't get a black man with money to holler at me like I could when I wore weave and was a gold digger. So she went back to wearing weave because her lifestyle was better. So all these things that black men say he wants from you, he wants you to be barefoot and pregnant. He wants you to protect him so he doesn't have to actually prove to you he's superior by coming up with a movement that actually defeats white men, because he can't, because he's inferior. He wants you to join his movements, even though you're doing just fine, getting educated, getting accepted by white people, and being by yourself or marrying a white man. You're doing better than other black women. I'm not condoning marrying white men on a spiritual level. You will deal with the same curse, but at least your children will be black. The curse on the black man is far worse. Black women, you marry a white man, your children will still be black and they will still be revolutionary. A black man marries a white woman, his children are not black. They don't have a black mother. He thinks his sperm it's not. Your mother determines your race because you're being gestated in her womb. So this black man is giving away his sperm to a white woman that's gestating white supremacy in that sperm cell for 8 months, for 8 to 9 months, and the child will come out thinking the way the white mother does, that this is my slave nigger who's sexually satisfying me because I can get a slave nigger to sexually satisfy me like I did during slavery, but now I can marry him. And now I have this child, and if the child's darker than me, I'm going to treat them less than. And if the child is white with a little curl, then I can say how cute he is and how much better I am than black women. But black women, if you have a baby by a white man, that child's going to grow up to lust after black women. He's going to grow up to desire black women and black femininity, and he's going to appreciate that. And he's gonna look at his father and be like, you chose a dark-skinned woman in a society where nobody's doing that. You were brave enough to love a real woman instead of marrying for color. And he's going to have a different level of masculinity. So that's one thing I do agree with that Umar Johnson said. You cannot compare interracial relationships when it comes to Black men and Black women, because the Black man has abandoned his station to protect and provide for the Black woman, leaving us to be raped. So the Black man is cursed. And that is Black women. When I'm telling you this, I'm warning you. This is beyond us. What the Black man has done to us collectively is in God's hands, not ours. You all are trying to save this inferior bred man when the curse on him is immense. And you worrying about all these cop killing and all these cops killing these Black men like George Floyd, who had white cracker women abusing other Black children. Any dark-skinned woman with natural hair, if you're worried about George Floyd, you are part of the problem. Like I said, I'm talking to my sisters. Get away from these Black men. All of them. And I'm not giving no disclaimers because I'm not talking to no dumb retards. If you're dumb and you're retarded and you need a disclaimer, go to someone else's channel who's going to spend 10 minutes explaining that if it don't apply, let it fly. I don't have time. Because I came back. I reincarnated to help Black women. There's never a time where I ever remember being here for any other reason than to help Black women. You other motherfuckers, you got some other human shit to do, not me. So I'm warning you, Black women, the curse on the Black man is out of our hands. That's what I'm saying. And voodoo, none of this all this voodoo and stuff is not going to help you when it comes to the Black man, because he has cursed himself by his lust for white women, his hatred for you, and his fear of his responsibility. He's inferior, Black woman. The Black man is inferior. And you may find a few that aren't, but they're not going to be a sexy athlete. So if you're not a sexy sister, yeah, you could settle for one of these brothers who's not desirable, that loves Black women. But if you want a sexy Black man and you are a sexy, well-kept Black woman without kids, highly intelligent, you better go to Europe or Africa if you want a Black man. If you want one of these racist crackers out here who loves dark-skinned woman and who has money, go ahead. But you're gonna have to make him comfortable with his white masculinity. Because I'm not talking to Black women who compromise. I'm talking to unapologetically Black women with dark skin and kinky hair, who know how to do your hair, who know African woman skills, cooking, cleaning, doing hair, nurturing a man, child rearing. These new women don't have these skills. These women that are getting married don't have these skills. They can't even dance. So I agree with, Umar Johnson about we need to stop worrying about these cop killings, but I want to take it further. Look at who they're glorifying. They're all of these are criminals. They're people connected to criminals. That we're glorifying Black criminals. Candace Owens is right about that. And we're glorifying Black men with white women. They deserve to be victimized. You want to play that game, you want to be Emmett Till, that's what you get. And if and we're not teaching Black people how to conduct yourself. Where this whole liberal thing is, you want inferior people to dismantle a system of order. when your parents should have taught you how to deal with the cops. Because my parents, they taught me what if you get pulled over for something, don't argue with the cops, don't make any sudden movements, don't give them any reason to do this or that. And we already speak proper English because my parents made sure that we were educated enough to compete with white people because they cared about us. I'm sorry, most of you black people who don't speak proper English, your parents did not care about you. They did not care about you and your future. When your parents care about you, they don't let you get obese, they don't let you sound like a fool. And no parent is perfect. But a lot of you black people, you got to realize your parents didn't have any standards for you because they really didn't care that much. But the reason I am the way I am is because my parents were real revolutionaries. My father was a real killer. My father survived Vietnam and was honorably discharged. Not dishonorably, honorably discharged. My father fought and killed for this country. So discipline is very valuable. Police are very valuable. Black women, black men are not going to defend you. They're not defending you now. They're not defending you against these young, rambunctious delinquents out here who have nothing better to do because school is out. They're not defending you against the white women who hate you and who have free reign to abuse you because black men like these coaches and all these sports athletes are talking about how wonderful it is to have a white wife. So white women can abuse you freely. And I don't have to tell you black women that. You know it every time you go out the house, some white woman is abusing you, whether literally in your face or she's keeping you from succeeding somehow because she's jealous of you and because she can. And the black men who can do something about her are not doing it because they don't care about you. They care about them. So black women, wise up. Get with the movements that are going to protect and provide for you. Black conservative, about family, about morality. Peace, question everything. Peace, everybody. Um, Umar Johnson went from being a clinical school psychologist to helping Black America one child at a time, to having the biggest platform and being the number one lecturer of Black America that gave him a global platform, to being a conscious community preacher begging for tithes after every sermon, and a fraud, a scam artist who has a different story as to why he needs more donations every time he goes live or every time he gets an interview from these other coon platforms. Umar Johnson argued with Siraj Sudin. Umar Johnson argued with Lord Jamar. Not the way he did with Siraj Sudin, because him and Siraj was going tit for tat. Umar Johnson, he got a little buck with Lord Jamar for holding him accountable. My point is this. Brothers like Umar, like Derek Jackson, who get Black women support because they speak up for issues that concern us. They speak up for us. Derek doesn't speak against white women, but Derek Jackson is a black man who had a growing platform and took his popularity and took his platform and chose to protect and defend the black woman's interest by making shirts that say black men don't cheat, by talking to things that can benefit the black woman, and by actively doing what is needed to heal the black woman from the misogyny that we have to go through on top of racism. That's why black women support him and won't stop doing it, because he prioritized us even before his own wife. So yes, black women will keep supporting a man no matter how beta he is, because he chose to prioritize our interest unapologetically. And his marriage even suffered because he put the needs and the interests of the black woman first, to the point where he got himself in entanglements because he was attracting so many black women who desperately need his healing. And no, I'm not saying he's clearly has a Shango energy, but I'm not talking about healing through sex. I'm talking about when you're speaking life into the black woman, and elevating her by being attractive, being intelligent, being a real businessman, a man who's making more than minimum wage, and you are choosing to use your platform to elevate black women. You're not going to find another black man doing that. These black men, they take their platform and they're choosing to elevate white women. They're choosing to bash black women. They're choosing to promote idolatry or to promote white figures. They're choosing to use images with white women in it so they can be universal, because they want to get their channel monetized even though they have black wives. So brothers like Umar and Derek Jackson, who support black women and who have chosen to take their platform to speak up for the interests of black women, that beta male, it's a term I don't want to throw around too much, because I'm sure men get sick of hearing that, the way us women get sick of hearing a lot of terms that degrade us. But what my point is, these men who support black women, they don't do too well with real masculine men. They don't do too well around real masculine brothers. They One thing that some brothers have said about Derek Jackson is, why doesn't he ever get interviewed by a black man, by a brother? He's always up under some woman. Umar Johnson is not afraid to be interviewed by a man, but Umar Johnson, you're not gonna go to a conservative platform. Why don't you go to a conservative platform? Why don't you go be interviewed by these black men who are highly intelligent and are still revolutionaries? Why don't you get interviewed by some of them who question your leadership? Do some other work other than just asking for donations. Like, all I'm saying, my message to the black woman in making this observation about black men who do support black women, realize that they are still making and they are still benefiting from supporting us when they really have nothing to offer. A real These brothers are, like I said, they're preaching and they're making money off of the black woman's oppression. They're making money off of flattering us, when in real life they want white women. In real life they want polygamy. In real life they're cheating. In real life they don't have the ability to protect and provide and love and nurture and heal one black woman. They're not fit to. They still have that slave genetic in them, where their dick goes to the any woman who wants it. That's how the black man is. He's a sexual delinquent. He has no control over his sexuality. That's why most attractive Black men are baby daddies. They're baby daddies. Like most beautiful Black women are baby mamas, because Black people have no sexual control. We have no standards for our genetics and our race. We have no. It's not even low standards. We have no standards. That's why people are talking about how well-spoken Umar Johnson is. That, come on, y'all. Like, in the comment section, how well we're talking about how well-spoken Black people are. That goes to show you guys aren't trying out here. You're not even trying to really make real connections with Black people. The number one solution, like I said, sisters, you're gonna have to get off of social media and you're gonna have to get with Black women. I'm gonna be hosting upscale events twice a month. And it's good now with a lot of restrictions, because now I can only choose, 5 to 10, 12 people who I really want to network with. And I'm going to start doing that. But this is something I've been doing for years. I started off doing intro to African spirituality dinners. I need you Black women, especially those of you who are single. You need to get with the other single Black women. I'm not trying to marginalize anyone else, but my concern is for Black women and single Black women. We have to stick together. The Black men are not our allies. And these Black men who are married, they all want to cheat on their wives with a single sexy Black woman, sisters. So that's why I said, you stay away from these married baby daddies and shit. Stay away from them, because they have no respect for you. They have no respect for their wives. And stay away from Black Hebrew Israelites in America. Stay away from them. You better off with the Nation of Islam. You better off with some niggas who listen to Farrakhan than you are with any Black male Hebrew Israelite in America. All the women are hoes, or so marginalized and lowly that they can't set any example for femininity, because they're so under the thumb of these Black men who have no who think that they're chattel slaves. Like, in the Black Hebrew Israelites want to enslave Black women. That's their only agenda. They want to be like they behaved in the Bible, where they can collect and enslave Black women at their leisure when they have nothing to offer, and they want to be in some unfit desert or deserted in the city conditions and abandoned homes and shit like that, and they want to act sovereign with fake jewelry. So here's the thing. Stay away from any man who claims to be Black Hebrew Israelite, sisters. I'm talking to real sisters with intelligence. Let them have their weave wearing Black women, or their silly hoes Black women. Let them have these stupid Black women who didn't have a real mother to teach them femininity, who think it's cute to share a man. Stay away from Black male Hebrew Israelites in America. Stay away from Black men who are married. Stay away from Black men who are baby daddies who can't show you that they're divorced. Because if you go on a date with them, the baby mama's gonna call. She ain't talked to him in 3 months, but the moment he dates you, she's gonna call. You know why? You know why, Black women, why you should stay away from men with children? Because you, Black woman, you have better energy than that baby mama. But he has a soul tie to her because she has his children. So the moment he starts moving on with you, who's a better woman, because if she was a good woman, he would still be with her. And she is a good woman, and he's no good, you will know that after the first date. If you ask the right questions, sisters, you will know immediately whether a man is worth dating after the first. You should know after an hour. All you got to do is actually ask the right questions, not disrespect a man like he's an object. But all you have to do is listen to him, ask the right questions, get to know him, and you'll know what his relationship status really is. But listen to me on a spiritual level. Peace, Reggie Thompson. Listen to me on a spiritual level, sisters. Stay, if you're single and you're beautiful, stay away from these black men with kids. Because he probably doesn't have custody of the kid, which means he's sharing the kid, or which means he has to answer to the baby mama to see his seed that he loves more than you. So when you are on a date with him, she's going to call because he has a toxic soul tie to her, and she can sense him moving on, and she can sense, oh, I sense that some other woman might get the resources. What's the resources? Well, she can fuck him whenever she wants. That's the number one reason you should never date a baby daddy. Because his baby mama can fuck him whenever she wants to, because that's how black men are. They're sexually weak. And number two, it's because women have a radar. These women are Jezebels most of the time. These baby mamas are Jezebels. So even though she's doing nothing for him but giving him a headache, if she senses that his resources might go to another woman, and she might actually have to do some work as a mother, or she might actually have to be independent instead of calling him whenever she wants and using up his money and time, she can sense that. So she ain't talked to him in 3-5 months, but you're on a date with him, and here she is calling. If he answers, if he looks, if he replies, don't see him again. He has a toxic soul tie to another woman who can sense a better woman is around him. And he's not strong enough to say no to her because she owns him through having his children. Single black women, stay away from black male Hebrew Israelites in America. Stay away from black men who are married, claiming to be divorced. Stay away from black men with children. Unless the mother is dead. And I mean dead. Because that's the only real reason a man with kids is not married to the woman he had kids by. Because if this was 50 years ago, black men would have held other black men accountable for marrying their daughter. Black men don't give a flying fuck about their daughters because they treat women like trash until they have a daughter. Because the daughter is the curse on them for treating black women like trash their whole life. Stay away from these black men with daughters. Half of them have a pedophilia attraction to their daughter. If he's talking about his daughter too much. You sisters know I'm not sugarcoating nothing for you. These black men are demonic out here. And you could see even our leaders are under a spell of white supremacy. Just listen to how they talk and what they say. You said your son-in-law. Peace. So, my point is, black women. When it comes to eligible black men, there's no eligible black men out here unless you want to date one of these scrawny, skinny looking dudes out here who's real skinny. So skinny he don't even look like an African. One of these new, especially in the city, these boys in the city are skinny. They're my size. I'm not dating no nigger my size. I'm sorry, brothers. If you my size, I'm not dating you. That it don't look right. Or you want one of these bald, fat dudes out here who ain't take care of himself and he's undesirable. That's what's left over, unless you want to deal with some of these dudes out here who are players, or unless there are some black men who are half gay who are trying to switch back over because they're getting more conscious. So you better off dating a dude who's an ex-fag. He's an ex-faggot. You better off dating one of these ex-faggots out here who's trying to love black women again, who got over his father issues, because most of these black men are faggots because they got daddy issues. You know, some of them might have been raped or had a bad stint in jail and got to get over some stuff. But you better off dating one of these ex-faggots as long as you both get tested in front of each other and see each other's results. You all need to start having dual doctor's visits, and everyone should be getting tested before you're sexually active. You making your partner get tested, that's your discretion, but you for yourself should be getting tested for STDs if you're single, especially before settling down. Because another thing Umar Johnson said that I do agree with is Atlanta is not no fucking haven for blacks. It's not a haven for blacks, and a lot of the HBCU graduate black people, their level of professionalism is not up to par for some of us black people who didn't need to be accepted to get education. We didn't have to go to a HBCU. We wanted to get a real good education. So that's another thing I agree with Umar Johnson. Stop thinking learning shit from other niggas is gonna help you. Sometimes you're gonna have to know how to deal with racism and learn from white people, because niggas learning from niggas ain't doing shit for us. The most upstanding black people have learned from whites and want to bring it back. But if you learn from whites, you have a higher caliber of shit that niggas is not gonna be able to relate to you. Most black people can barely even read, for real, or talk. Most black people don't have enough intellect or emotional intelligence to hold a conversation without cutting you off, without interrupting you, without talking over you, or without getting loud every time they feel an emotion about something. Most black people have no emotional intelligence or control. So my solution is black people who understand, get with black conservatives, because these are only real revolutionaries left, who aren't victim minded, who are still pro black, and who actually have the genius level ability to make a difference for black people. Because niggas following niggas is gonna lead to you marching every time a cop does their job. And this sensitive shit from black people, all of this sensitivity, you all are under a spell. It's 2021. Where are your priorities? Why are you letting media tell you what to think and what to talk about and what to promote and who to worship and how to wear your hair? I've never seen so much immaturity in my life. And I've never seen so much decided inferiority by choice from black people. Black women, you need to isolate yourself and get a circle of sisters who look like you. Look like you, meaning you all are darker than a brown paper bag. And this is imperative for anyone who follows Black High Priestess on a spiritual level. Black women, we have no allies. Our men hate us. Look at what they say, how they act when we are trying to voice our experiences. They will do nothing for you except use you as a human shield. Black men have no empathy for us. And white women do not like you. They do not care about you. They're jealous of you and they're using you. Black women, white women think you are a zoo animal. They use you as a pet. Find 5 Black women who look like you, invite them to dinner, get a Zoom, have a Black High Priestess listening party where you watch some of my other videos where I'm talking about solutions. I've been doing videos for 3 good years now, at least. Go to my YouTube, and you can do this with anyone's channel. When you go to my videos tab under my channel, go to the sort tab. It has 3 tabs. Go to sort. When you go to sort from oldest to newest, and you will see the first video I did and up, and you will see me talking about voodoo mysteries, talking about solutions for Black women, talking about white supremacy on a spiritual level. I have plenty of videos, and some other people do too. Find 5 Black women, have a Black High Priestess listening party. Listen to anything from a dark-skinned woman who has a track record for speaking up for Black women without being married to a white guy. But quite frankly, most sisters who speak up for Black women, the only men who are really gonna want us, who can speak proper English and don't have children, are not gonna be darker than a brown paper bag, because the dark men are under a spell. Get offline. The revolution is not gonna be televised. So Brexit, my solution is join Black conservative groups. Whatever Black conservative group, it doesn't have to be a Trump supporting one, but Black conservative groups. Black conservatives who think alike, who are doing things, start inviting people out. If people don't want to leave the house, that's fine, but you're gonna have to find people who can keep up with you. Find people who are healthy enough where they can leave the house and come home because they've taken oregano oil, because they're using my oil pulling toothpaste and they got that oregano oil in their system, or they've taken turmeric, ginger, cayenne pepper shots daily, or they're drinking tea or eating soup they cook for themselves. Get with people who are healthy enough to keep up. Stay away from sickly people unless you have to care for them. Black women, stay away from anyone who's draining your power. And we need to get together on a real, and when I say anyone who's listening to me, by the end of May, I want all Black women who listen to this, who don't wear weave, who are darker than a brown paper bag, and who don't wear weave and who do not straighten their hair. By the end of May, by May 30th, get with 5 other Black women who look like you and don't wear fake hair, nails, and blonde and all of that. Start meeting up with them face to face. Go to their events and support their events. Buy that $25, $50, $75 ticket to their event, to their seminar. Buy their ticket, go meet them, let them know who you are, and invite them to your event. You need to do this with 5 sisters, and you need to network with 5 dark-skinned Black women, preferably single, or happily married to a faithful Black man who is not have a demon of lust, married to a Black man that she can bring out in public, who's not going to embarrass her by flirting with you. Otherwise, get with some single Black woman entrepreneurs. If you all are all single mothers, that's even better. Because a lot of single Black women are too busy competing for the 1 or 2 Black men who might be available to really come together. Because we all need our little space, because we're not gonna, So some of you baby mamas, you'll do better because y'all can come together and do it for the kids and form a network, because you know niggas ain't gonna help you with your kids. Some of you black women, you got niggas on leashes and you got enough help. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you black women who got niggas on leashes. I'm talking to real sisters who have no one but God. Get with other black women. Make alliances, make friendships, support each other, do it somehow and keep it up and keep it going. And once you get with these black women and y'all can stay together and heal each other for 5 months, then you start bringing men into the fold. Then you have her bring the single men she knows, and y'all bring some black men together, and you start having events with only black women who are natural and dark skinned, and only black men who are natural and dark skinned. And if you can't find dark skinned natural black men who are actually single, then you bring light skinned black men who are single for the sisters. But you are not to have anyone lighter than a brown paper bag. You are not to have anyone wearing weave. And if you're listening to me and you don't fit the natural criteria and you don't fit the actually black phenotype that is required for the sisterhood that I'm setting up in these covens, then do it with other women that look like you until you can get that weave off of your head and get that Jezebel out of your spirit. And if you're half white, you get with other half white women. Leave us alone. Mulatto women, light-skinned women who are passing as white, who have all the black men, leave us alone. You haven't done anything to speak up for us. You haven't done anything for us. We don't need you in our circles. You're not unapologetically black, and you don't represent the black woman. And a lot of you all are in competition and you don't know how to act when real black women come around. And a lot of you all, you go out of your way to excessively flirt with black men because you're competing with dark-skinned women. We don't need you in our healing circles. You are the problem. So I'm talking to real sisters who know what I'm talking about and who are witches. Not because you light a candle and cast a spell and call demons. I'm talking about you're a witch because you can grow food. You know how to garden better than people who have been gardening for years because you have a green thumb that God gave you. You know secrets of how to make things grow that other gardeners don't know. You know how to cook and make food taste good with minimum ingredients. You can put flavor into food spiritually. You're a witch because you can make some tea or make a concoction that'll heal somebody better than the hospital can. Because you know what ingredients to use to heal people. I'm not talking to you women who light candles and want to control other people with incantations. You're not a fucking witch. You're a Satanist. I'm talking to witches who can make things happen that humans cannot make happen. That's it. We don't have to light candles to make these things happen. That's Satanism. And let's keep it a buck, like Jaguar says. You're a Satanist if you need a candle and an incantation to create a miracle. Witches, we don't need that. The fire is within. Just give us some soil, some hot coals. Black women, stop being used as a battery for everyone who does not care about you. America hates us. And other black women are not going to tell you this because they're afraid. They're afraid of losing black men. They're afraid of being abused by black men. They don't know how to intellectually defend themselves against niggers who say stupid shit that it's not even worth responding to because it's conscious community rhetoric that is not applicable outside of niggerdom. That's why the Black women aren't keeping it real about what's going on with us, because they're afraid to tell the truth about inferior Black men, because they think that they're somehow talking bad about their son who's Black. Tell the truth. A boy is not a man. It is okay to say Black men are inferior if you know it for a fact. It's okay. Because when African presidents get up there and admit that they're just now telling Europe to fuck off, that's inferiority. That's inferiority, because it took the movie Black Panther to come out for nations who could have been in control. Africa is waiting on Black America to lead. Africa's taking our lead. We are the revolutions of the planet. Black Americans. Why? Because we got taken out of Africa and we ended up in a foreign land where we, generation after generation, have been raised and bred and groomed by Europeans. So we understand and we have that European dominance and energy that the African still does not have, because the African is still dominant in Africa, yet you're letting white supremacy exist. We have never been dominant here in America. But look how much progress we have made when we want to acknowledge it, instead of trying to go back to some fake past and glorify some stuff that happened few and far between. And instead of putting everything on the kids, because we're too lazy as adults to create a real revolution. We as Black Americans were groomed by conquerors. We have the things needed. That's why Africans is following our lead when it comes to how to deal with white people, because they sat around and got conquered. That big old dumbass continent sat around and got conquered by nations a third of its size. So don't talk to me about Black people in our inferiority. All you have to do is make intelligent observations. All you have to do is make scientific observations, and stop using the past and what happened in the past. Black people are not royalty anymore. Africa sold us out, and Africa is a sellout. We are doing more over here. I say go to Africa because African men still have real love for Black women. Black American men don't love you, Black woman. He has been bred by other inferior pimps to manipulate you and your emotions, because he knows how dumb you can be and how desperate you can be for attention and for love. And he knows that, oh, you do anything for a Black man, like your mama taught you to have a soft spot for niggas. Thankfully, I wasn't taught that coon shit. That coon church Tyler Perry shit. Luckily, my father was a killer, and my mother had more class than all the HBCUs combined. Before she was old enough to drink, she was smart enough to leave the hood. But you Black women don't care enough about your children. You're getting government assistance. You don't want to leave the hood. My mother took that money and she left the hood, and she dealt with immense racism. But you know what? When people talk to me on the phone, I can get further because I sound like a white girl. And my name isn't Shaquita. No offense. So half the time I can get stuff done because no one would ever suspect that I'm a Black woman until they see me. And by then it's too late. The arrangement's been made. And my mom didn't have to marry a white guy and make a mulatto baby for me to be able to have access to those things, because I know how to conduct myself and because my parents cared. and they weren't stereotypes, and they thought for themselves, and they survived things that other Black people can't survive because they're too weak and they're not smart enough. And I'm not trying to put people down. I'm trying to elevate people who can actually relate to me. And in the Black community, we have got such low standards where those of us who are actually leaders and actually role models, we have to compromise so our audience can even understand it. I'm not compromising no more. Black women, stop compromising. Look at Issa Rae. You think it was easy for her to get to where she is? You think she's not dealing with even more backlash? Other Black women hating on her, Black men being afraid of her because they can't measure up and they don't want to deal with no dark-skinned, kinky-haired woman in Hollywood. And her having to deal with white supremacist corporations to get her stuff out. But she's made something that we can take advantage of and we can support. Michonne from The Walking Dead. She got off that show that was very white supremacist and killed off every Black man that it could, every chance it got. She went from having an interracial thing on that show to playing in Black Panther. And she's a playwright. She has her own plays that Letitia Wright, who played Princess Shuri, she stars in Michonne's plays. And Letitia Wright pretty much left Hollywood too to be Christian and to work on her relationship with. These are Black women who are role models that played in Black Panther. They have stuff that we can support, we can watch. Comedian Godfrey speaks up for Black women, speaks up. I don't agree with everything he says. It's liberal, but comedian Godfrey, he's healing Black women and Black people because you're gonna laugh at something. You're gonna laugh at. He's funny as fuck, but he takes his platform and he speaks up for Black people. Buy his ticket. Buy a $400 ticket to go see comedian Godfrey. Get some of your friends to see comedian Godfrey because comedian Godfrey speaks up for Black people and he loves his Black fans. And every chance he gets, he speaks up for issues affecting us. Unlike some of these other celebrities who are married to white women and want to talk about how proud they are of that. Find your celebrities from the 80s, from the 90s. There's not going to be a lot in the 2000s because that's when Latino women started representing Black women. And now white women represent white women in blackface. But from the 70s, 80s, 90s, Eartha Kitt, who played Foxy Brown, Pam Grier, start to elevate and glorify these Black actors and actresses from the older generations who did really do groundbreaking roles that paved the way for Black representation because they did something revolutionary. Whereas these other niggas are selling their soul to get a movie, to get in Hollywood. They're putting on dresses. They're in interracial relationships, basically playing whiteface. Anytime you enter an interracial relationship in a movie and it's not about the social complication of the relationship, anytime you got that in a movie that doesn't talk about the taboo situation, you basically got a Black character playing a white character. You have a Black character who's trying to act like they're not Black. Because in real life, a Black character should be confronted with the same racism to make it realistic. James Bond being Black in Europe is not realistic because he wouldn't be able to be a spy because he would stick out like a sore fucking thumb in Europe. And I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying there's real Black celebrities who did groundbreaking work. Bill Duke, great director, great advice for actors, married to a Black woman. So it's like there are people in Hollywood that did things that we can be role models of, but we don't have to glorify these new actors who are getting into movies with white women. Jamie Foxx, Project Power. Jamie Foxx, someone you can support. Jamie Foxx is a real nigga in Hollywood. I'm sorry, and he's talented. Jamie Foxx don't do all that Conan Sambo stuff that Kevin Hart and them be doing. And I love Kevin Hart, but he's not funny enough and he doesn't speak up for black issues. And he has enough money to do it. So you you we gotta cancel these oath taking niggas, and you have to actively find the celebrities who are not going to be publicized, but who are actually making a difference. Denzel Washington, David Banner, Monique. But I mean, Monique is a perfect example of what happens to a black woman when she stands up for herself. Black men aren't going to support her. And that's why black women don't speak up, because they're afraid to go through things like Monique goes through, being bashed by your own community for doing what's right, and suffering the embarrassment of white people getting to see black people tear you up before they even get a chance to. Black women, we have no allies. And no one's speaking up for us. And I can't bite my tongue anymore, because I wouldn't be Black High Priestess if I got up here and acted like everything was all hunky-dory and everything was okay, and oh yeah, just pray it away. And no, black women, you have to get off of social media and you have to get out here in the conscious community and doing shit for us. You're gonna have to get with your other sisters who are like you, and you're gonna have to get with the men that they know. We're gonna have to take it old school, where we're meeting people through the people that we trust and through the people who look like us. And you're gonna have to hook up with your friends' brothers and cousins, and hook up with men who you know were groomed around men and by other women who you know and trust. Because these other niggas, you can't even look, sisters. These dating apps are dangerous, and not just because the men could be trying to scam you or something. The information that they're collecting, the robots, the algorithms that are forcing interracial dating. These dating apps are no different than YouTube now. It's all algorithms. It's all about making money, and they do not care about your love life. You have to. The revolution will not be televised. So we have to get off social media and we have to get together. And that's going to require people who are not sick and who are not afraid of getting sick. So, sisters, Brexit, get with Black conservative movement, witches, Black witches, start your covens. And let your covens be for Black women only. I don't care how good, how much of a sister she is. Look at Zendaya. Zendaya has spoken up for Black women. She's even spoken up for colorism. But what can she do when she's still getting a role representing white femininity, because she's not Black. She does not look like an African woman, unless you're talking about Madagascar or Morocco. She doesn't look African. She's not a dark-skinned, kinky-haired woman like sister who played in Queen and Slim, who can represent Black women. You represent these mulatto women who can see themselves in you when they watch a movie of you married to a Black man or dating a Black man. You represent these white women who see themselves as you. So when I tell you, sisters, stop hanging around these light-skinned women who cannot do anything for you and who won't do anything for you except use you as a fucking pet. And on a spiritual level, I mean, unless y'all have a twin Freda Danto inseparable twin sisterhood, I'm warning you, Black women, dark skin, kinky hair Black women, stay away from these white, light skin, mulatto women when it comes to creating sisterhood. Because they are passing as white, and they're not going to put your interests before their own. They have no problem getting a man. Umar Johnson is incorrect. Your mother determines your race, nothing else. You want to know someone's race? Look at their mother. Umar Johnson is wrong. And quite frankly, I don't agree with mulatto imperialism. They are not us. Mulattoes are not Africans. He's dead wrong about that. And some of you will find out the hard way if you let Umar Johnson and that spell that's been put on him talk you into letting mulattoes in. He's counteracting everything he said against snow bunnies by claiming mulattoes as African. They're not. And I'm warning you spiritually on a Vodun level. A mulatto will never put your interests before theirs unless their mother is Black. Someone with a white mother does not have the ability to put a dark-skinned, kinky-haired Black woman's interest before her desire to enslave a Black man to her needs. Get off of media. Get together in person. Start to see who you can trust. The moment someone gives you a red flag, the moment someone says something off color, the moment someone acts in a certain way that seems crazy or mentally, emotionally unstable, the moment someone makes a uncomfortable sexual advance or says something that makes you feel like they are a pedophile, leave, get away, disassociate. Tell them the truth. Your spirit isn't jiving with me. I think you're cool, whatever, but spiritually something's making me uncomfortable, and so I'm feeling repelled. I'm whatever. It doesn't matter. It's better to just be honest and than to just ghost and then see that person somewhere else in the community and create friction. It's better to let a person know up front, hey, spiritually there's some conflict here. It's nothing against you. You can even say that it's not on you. It's me. I'm feeling a little funny spiritually. Or you can come up with another excuse. If you can come up with an excuse without telling a lie, do not lie to a person about, get used to being honest. If you follow Black High Priestess, you got to be used to being honest by now and keeping it real and keeping it raw. So as you're meeting up with people, a lot of these people are not going to be your friends, family. Because Black women, you don't have any friends. Some of y'all have family. So as you're in this process, if someone's giving you uncomfortable, if someone's giving you they're crazy, they're unstable, they need medication, you got to be careful uniting with Black people. Because Black Americans suffer from mental instability, and Black Americans suffer from inferiority. So that being groomed and that level of discipline that you get when you go to white schools, Black people don't have that in Black schools and stuff. So you got to realize a lot of Black people don't have the ability to socialize in a civilized manner. A lot of Black people are very uncivilized. So the moment as you're uniting and getting offline and in person, as I'm suggesting, always protect your energy because the hell has been unleashed. So when you're getting with other Black people, like I said, make sure that they're civilized. You'll know immediately by talking to someone. Make sure they're civilized, make sure they have something to offer. They're not just somebody trying to hang out and they listen to rap music. No, make sure they're a business owner, or make sure they're a single mother. I'm talking to sisters, but men, you can do this too. Men, you can do this too. But the thing is, you Black men, you're already getting in your little groups and bashing Black women. You're already getting together and talking about the next white women y'all want. Black men, none of y'all are getting together for the interest of the Black woman, unless you trying to figure out how to keep your baby mamas happy. But Black men are not getting together and trying to figure out what single Black women need. They could care fucking less. So if you're a Black man listening to this, you can try and everything, but I know y'all ain't gonna be able to, because I already seen y'all ability to get together to create a solution for Black women. Y'all can get together for sports. Y'all can get together to watch a bunch of niggas with white women. I know that. So I'm really talking to my sisters, as y'all are getting together, forming alliances with other Black women who have something to offer to the revolution and who have been revolutionaries. As you're forming alliances, because Black women are leading. Like I said, sisters, stop listening to Black men. Stop waiting on Black men. And some of y'all already know there's not really many options for dating. Not no Black men that know how to court you, that can, so um you are the leaders, Black women. You're leading the revolution. You're financially, Kevin Samuels is a hot topic, because if a woman was saying those things, men and women wouldn't listen to her. Black men don't listen to Black women, and Black women don't promote other Black women because they want clout. So anytime a Black woman admires another Black woman, instead of promoting her, she gets up there and tries to act like she is her and copycat her. She does some copycat shit and tries to take credit, instead of saying, hey, watch this sister's video. Hey, look at this sister. Hey, buy this sister's stuff. It worked really well. She's going to get up there and act like it, or she's going to start making the products that you sell. So like I said, sisters, get with real Black women who are your same skin tone or darker, and who have kinky hair and know how to do their African hair, and who still know how to dance African dance moves, and stay away from these white women and these mulatto women who are using you to figure out how to be Black so they can keep that man that they casted a spell on to get. Talk to a real witch, because I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit for you. And these other Black women, they can't tell you the truth because they don't know witchcraft, and they're not exorcists. Stay away from all Black male Hebrew Israelites. No matter how upstanding he is, he will cheat on his wife with you if you let him. All Black male Hebrew Israelites think all Black women are slaves to them. His goal is not to protect and provide for you, Black woman. His goal is to enslave you. He does not care about you. He cares about him, and he cares about Black men being treated with the respect that they don't earn, and don't deserve. That's what Black male Hebrew Israelites are about: enslaving Black women and getting credit for things that they did not do. And all of them believe in cheating on their wife. All of them believe in cheating on their wife. Don't make it easier on them. If you're dating a man, another thing I agree with Umar, same thing with brothers. If you're a black person, you're dating a black person, check their track record for actively helping other black people in their communities. Let them be able to show. I can show you my clients, I can show you my reviews, I can show you years ago, I can show you my social media, and I can show you other things I've done. I can, some things I don't have because I moved at one point, but um I can show you from childhood on literature, things I've wrote, things I've done, participated in, that show my track record. I can show you essays I've wrote about female genital mutilation that the white teachers didn't even want to read and grade because they didn't want to read about what black women have to go through. I wrote this before I graduated high school. I'm 36 now. So I can show you all. When I say I was reincarnated for black women, I can prove it. If you're dating someone, ask them what their STD test came out as so you know what you're getting into, and get to know their track record for helping the black community. The whole conversation, it doesn't have to be a conscious community date. But if you are two black people, and you're part of my audience, I'm advising you to I agree with Umar. Make sure the black person you're dating, black lives have mattered to them all their life. Make sure black lives didn't just matter to them like it just started mattering to white women and liberal men, white men. Make sure black lives has always mattered to them. Because if you're pro-black and you're dating a black person who's not, I don't know, you can still be evenly yoked, but sisters, don't I would it's not beneficial for it's not beneficial. You have to, black women like me, you have to make sure that a black man has made a pact with his own people, the way these other black men are making oaths with Hollywood and white supremacy to never date you again, for that to be a multimillionaire or to get that movie deal or that record deal. He'll never date you again, and he'll mention white girl in every other song, which is in his oath and his contract, or he'll put on a dress, or he'll act gay. Just like these black men are making these oaths to get their platform and their deals, you need to see if a black man has made a dedication to helping his people. Because if he's not dedicated to black people, you as a black woman, he's not going to value. Black men don't value us already. They don't. So you have to find a brother who is already dedicated to valuing his own people. Because a lot of these black men, they're taking what they can get. They taking whatever they can get. It don't mean he can offer you nothing. You know, sisters, a lot of black men are losing, and so they using this rhetoric, and they want you to worry about being single and worry about a lot. These men are not eligible. A lot of these men have kids. A lot of these men are miserable in their lives, and they're worried about you single. They worried about you having cat when you're happier with your cats or whatever than they are with their children. So stop letting people use this Kevin Samuels rhetoric and all this other women bashing rhetoric when they're not even happy with their lives. Acting like they weren't about, black men are not worrying about you being single. They are resenting you if you reject them and you choose to be single instead of being with them because you know your worth. A lot of these black men, they dating white women because all white women need from him is some dick and to feel like she's black. But black women, we need a lot more from black men, and he don't have to offer, and he don't want to offer it to you. Stop thinking otherwise. It's really as simple as that. And all of these other black men, this ain't you, this thing. Yeah, it is. They know how hard it is for black women, but they think because we're single, we should be desperate for them when we're not interested in them. It's okay to not be interested in a black man who you're not interested in. It's okay to be not interested in a black man who has done nothing to go out of his way to show he's interested in you, other than bashing you in the comments, making little underhanded comments because you're up here expressing yourself somehow. Like I said, dark-skinned black women, don't you go after no nigga. If you looking good out here in the streets, looking good, you're downtown, you're at an upscale venue, you're out at an event, you're in the grocery store, whatever. But if you are out and you look good, and a brother sees you look good and he doesn't approach you, don't come to him. Because one, he's either already got a woman and he's just admiring, or he's a fucking bitch. And he doesn't take seeing a fine single black woman seriously because he thinks those opportunities come by all the time. And he's not going to come to you because he's in a time where he thinks, I'm fine, I'm the treasure, I'm the female. That's how black men act. Black men like to act like the female and then get mad at you when you have to be masculine for yourself because he's too busy acting like he's God's gift. He wants you to come to him. He wants you to think he's fine and come to him. You know why? Because that's what white women do. White women go up to black men, they get within an inch of their face and start flicking their hair and flirting and smiling and touching his chest and doing all this Jezebel shit. And so black men want you, black woman, to come up there and throw yourself at him like a prostitute. But he's not going to pay you what he pays the white girl. So don't. A man should come to you. If he sees you and you're fine and he's looking and he keeps looking and he, after the third look, doesn't come up to you and ask if you're single or not, he's a bitch, he's a fag, he's inferior, and he's not what you want. I don't care how fine he is. He's an inferior faggot. A real man is going to come approach you. And if he does approach you, sis, ask how many kids he has. If you don't see a ring, I would, like, again, he could be dating other women. That's none of your concern. But as long as he's not married and doesn't have any kids, green light. Because if he's man enough to actually come up to you and you looking good, that's rare. Black men are completely castrated. They are afraid to even approach dark-skinned women. They don't know how, honestly. They're so used to white women coming up and flirting with them and throwing themselves, and he expects you to behave like that. Don't behave like a white woman, because if you're going to go out here and throw yourself at a black man, you're either not in control of your hormones. Some of you sisters, you be ovulating, you be hormonal, whatever. Control that. Some of you sisters, when you're menstruating or when you're PMSing, some of you sisters, you're taking too many nude photos online. You're taking too many sexy pictures. Some of you sisters, it's obvious when your cycle and what you're going through because you're trying to get too much male attention online. Stop with the Jezebel. Stop throwing yourself at black men. Stop throwing yourself. Because it shows how desperate you are for him. White women are desperate. They're not us. They want black men. They know that he's not naturally attracted to her. They know that she's a trophy, not a preference. So sisters, don't be out here throwing yourself at these niggas. Let him show that he's a man. Let him come to you. You don't want none of these men out here who need all these nudges. And sis, if he can't come to you, how is he going to lead the household? How is he going to lead the children? What is he going to teach the son? He's going to teach his son that the black woman does all the work and you're a king because you're a black man and you can collect all the women you want no matter what color they are, no matter what race they are. No, you want a man who thinks that it's his job to protect you, that it's his job to come up to you. If you start a relationship off throwing yourself at a man, expect to have to do that every time. Expect the whole relationship to be you taking the lead. When you approach a black man after you've already flirted with him, after you've already checked him out, winked at him, gave him a double take, done things to show, hey, I'm approachable, or you're interacting with him, you're flirting, you're doing things. Don't throw yourself. If you're already flirting and you're showing interest and you're expressing interest and he's not man enough, he's not man enough, sis. There's these men who are in your inbox for months. These men commenting on your photos, commenting on your social media, making little comments and damn near stalking you, but never make a reservation and never say, hey, I made a reservation at the most upscale restaurant that I could find, or hey, I made a reservation at this nice lounge that's fancy, that's more upscale, doesn't have to be the best. Hey, I found a nice rooftop. Hey, there's this event going on that I think you might like, and I got tickets. Everything doesn't have to always be expensive. It could be free tickets and stuff. But if a man makes no effort other than liking your pictures and making little comments, trying to check your temperature and check your self-esteem to see if your self-esteem is just low enough to deal with his fuckery, block him. He's a stalker. These men commenting, these men saying, these men who never get offline, these men who never call or give you their number or get offline, or instead of coming to your inbox saying, hey, I want to invite you to this event, or these men who call and tell you what they can do for you but never do it, who say, hey, I have this much money, or who ask you what you need, and then you tell them what you need, and they don't hit your Cash App up, they don't connect you to that person who can get you that job, they don't connect you to that person who can get you that interview, they don't connect you to that to 2, 3, 4, 5 clients that they said who are interested in your services after they told you they could and they don't do it. Unfriend them and stop associating with them. Black women, dark-skinned women, at some point you got to take yourself seriously. And you can't be afraid to be bashed by black men, because black men are not going to do any worse to you when you live in your real worth that I'm telling you to do than they have already when you're trying to compromise to make them feel like something that they're not, which is leaders, which is superior, which is masculine. These dudes all on your social media who never take time to actually court you and date you and stuff, block them. They're stalkers. They're not serious. They don't take you seriously, and they don't respect your brand. They don't respect you as a business owner. They don't respect you as an entrepreneur, and they damn sure don't respect you as a single mother like a lot of you are. Because if they did, they would have bought one of your products and services just to show interest. They would have purchased that $50 for Oracle consultation to show interest. Because if you take me out, the bill's going to be more than $50. That's cheap. Talk to an actual gold digger who wears blonde weave and long nails. Her nails are this long because she can't do anything but carry her purse. You're doing everything. She can't cook. She can't clean. I doubt she can satisfy you sexually without having her appendage is free for foreplay and such. She can't do anything for you that a feminine woman would be able to do for a man, which means all of your money is buying the food. Baby, quiet. It means your money's buying the food, your money's paying for everything. So these men, they spend money on white girls to impress these white women. They spend money on hoes who will have sex over some crab legs. You know what I'm saying? So if a man can't buy your $25 product, or if you're a priestess level, you're following me and you're on the path of the priestess. If he can't pay what you're asking for a reading to have a conversation with you, to get to know you, and he's just in your inbox expecting you to talk to him for an hour, when that hour can go to your children, or you taking care of home, or you making another service that you can make 100, or you making a product that you can get $150 off of, or you building your brand. If he just wants to be in your inbox for an hour and hours and stuff, and he's not doing anything for you, and he's not showing real interest, at some point, sis, block these niggas too. Because if a man has no respect for your time, and a lot of these black men they don't take themselves seriously enough to take us black queens seriously enough in what we're doing, and they don't take your pain seriously. They think you're a joke. Everything about you, black woman, is a joke to these men. Look at the comment sections. And look at these co-signing women. This is why these men come to you with this fuckery, because they're used to white women throwing themselves. They're used to white women getting him PS5 secured over some dick and some clout to diss black women, to say, hey, I got a black man. No, you bought him. You got a male prostitute. I've heard black men on multiple occasions, not the same man, not on the same block, different days, different multiple occasions. I've heard black men just out on the street saying, I'm charging more for my dick. I'm gonna make these women start paying for dick. I'm gonna start making white women pay to fuck me. I see it on Facebook. If a woman, black men, if a woman isn't taking you out, break up with her. If a woman isn't taking you out on dates, dump her. All of this stuff that black men think that he's a baby that you should protect and provide for, because he listens to music by black men who call themselves babies and little this, baby that. We're still doing that in 2021, and you want black women's respect. Sisters, there's nothing to respect about black men in America if you're single. If you're married, you got little obligations and shit like that, But single sisters, who are respectable and respectful, we have no reason to respect black men. They've done nothing for us at all whatsoever. Black men are Obama. The only reason you're even considered black, the only reason you're even relevant is because the black woman who you brought in the White House. Sisters, the only reason black men are even relevant is because the work we did that we don't take credit for. So at some point, like, black women, I need y'all to do this. And I'm not telling you to do something I'm not doing. When I say twice a week, I'm going to be holding events. I'm going to be networking. I'm going to be going to events. But when I host my events, It's going to be really geared towards some long-term goals offline. I'm not going to be on Facebook for the next 10 years. I'm not going to be, you know what I'm saying? I don't even like getting on Instagram. People who are really doing stuff, we don't want to have our whole life on Facebook and Instagram. We don't want to have to post everything we do, every success we have, every client, we don't want to have to every day post our lives to keep up or to keep you interested in us. I've had my soaps ever since the first time I put my soaps up on Etsy. They've been available. I'm not gonna post every time I make a new batch or I make another sale and hey, this like we got enough stuff to do, especially those of us who are like Issa Rae, who are doing more than one thing, who are not one dimensional. Food blog, film blog, spiritual blog, services, clientele, orders, brand building, networking. I'm single and I have nobody helping me. Some of you all have family. You all don't ask me anything about my family to know why I don't have help, how I grew up, what I grew up, why I have a brother that I never talk about. Not the one that died, the one that's still alive. So a lot, like when I say I'm talking to people who can relate to me, a lot of you sisters can't relate because you got niggas around your strings around your finger. You puppet mastering a bunch of niggas. You got motherfuckers around your thumb. I don't. A lot of single sisters don't. We don't have anyone but ourselves. That's why you don't let no man come up and tell you about being single because he wants to convince you when you've been doing everything on your own that he's worth it to come in your life when he's not. When you know what you're looking for, these brothers, they want to say, oh, well, you're going to be alone the rest of your life because you didn't choose him. No, you're going to be eligible for a real man who's tall, dark, handsome, attractive, intelligent, and worth you when he comes along, because you're not settling for these other niggas who want to get in your head and manipulate you because you're single and they want to collect you when they already got 3 baby mamas and another hoe that they could fuck. Now, when I say a lie, tell me. It's been damn near 3 hours. Y'all tell me where the lie is. Sisters, these black men are not doing anything for us, and these black relationship gurus, they can't help you because these black relationship gurus are already married. They're making money off of single women. And a lot of them, they can't help you because they're not you. They haven't been through what you've been through. They're men, and they can go get 37 different women of any other race, and you have to go out here and try and act like a white woman just to get a black man to consider you, because black men are so demanding in what they want when they can afford to degrade you and compare you to a white woman. Peace, Naja, guess. And like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. But sisters, there's no hope for us. No one's doing anything for us. Our men hate us. Listen to them. They are not speaking for us. They're not checking for us. They're not coming together for us. They're not checking other black YouTubers. They're not going live to debunk the things that these men are saying. They're not getting on in the comment section. They're not writing letters. They're not marching on these black men with white wives. They don't give a fuck about you. All of these black men, every black man in America, every single black man in America has an idol who is a black man with a white wife. There's no black, even in the conscious community, there is no black man who does not watch sports, who does not idolize one of these niggas with a white wife, who does not listen to that fuckery music that keeps him dumb as a doorknob, and idolizing one of these niggas making this music that he listens to with a white wife. Every black man in America idolizes another black man with a white wife. So how could you possibly think there's any black men here for us? They have proven for years they're going to take the easy way out and let everything fall on us. The black man will let the burden fall on the woman. That should be shown by single motherhood. It's like, you guys didn't learn nothing from y'all mamas being single. Some of y'all just don't know nothing because you're not really black, you're mulatto, you didn't fucking struggle. And some of y'all just you're not really hood enough. Some of y'all just not even really hood enough. You just a black intellectual or something. But it's like, I'm talking to people who can relate to me now. I'm letting you know solutions, because I'm done talking to motherfuckers where the shit's just irrelevant. I refuse to let my brand be about everyone and all when you cannot find anyone standing up for black women only. Everyone is compromising because they think they're going to get monetized. I have to be for black women. I have to speak up. I have to tell the truth. Because when you're beautiful, when you're a model, when you're sexy, you know how to cook, you know how to clean, you don't have kids, you're educated, then they can't say all the things that they like to say to excuse why they hate us, why they bash us, and why they glorify white women. They can't say, oh, you're baby mamas, you're fat, you're out of shape, you don't know how to cook, you don't have your natural hair, you don't look good, blah. They can't say all of that. They can't say that to me. I'll hurt their feelings. I can read minds. I don't need to know you to hurt your feelings. The spirits will tell me enough about you. And as a psychologist, I can tell enough about you, not even a psychologist, as a psychic. I can tell where your spirit's at. I'll clap back and I'll hurt your feelings. I'll hurt your family's feelings. I'll hurt your dead ancestors' feelings. But a lot of you sisters, you afraid of the backlash. These men are not, they're not getting on these men, bashing us, glorifying their white wives, glorifying swirling. They're look at the comment section. All they're doing is co-signing every negative thing said about black women. And a lot of them are mad because sisters like us said, you know what? You think you have it easy because we're single, but women who know their worth are not going to settle like Robin Givens settled in Waiting to Exhale. And she slept with her coworker, and what did he do after that? He disrespected her. So this is why black women don't settle, because he'll disrespect you. He doesn't have any respect for you now because he thinks because you're single, he can get a fine woman that he knows he wouldn't get otherwise. But he knows the desperate conditions of black men want to see us desperate because it's the only way they can feel like men. When black women know our worth, the black man is going to be like, well, damn, I know I've been defeated by white men and I know I can't do anything about that because other black men, I know black men are inferior because I tried to work with these niggas and can't. So it's like when men get on my thing talking about, oh, black men, no, you all know they are. You just don't want black women to know because you want us under your thumb. You don't want us to lead the revolution because we will hold you to standards that you don't want to meet for us. You only meet high standards when you're ready to get a white woman. That's why black men meet high standards, so they can get with white women. Just today, I told the brothers, like, there are no eligible black men checking for me. It's just baby daddies, men with wives, and men who can barely speak English. If a black man can't speak Spanish better than me, if he's not more intelligent than me, I'm not interested in him. And the brother's like, oh, well, if you want that, you're not going to find it. Exactly. Black men want you, black woman, to be a high caliber, but tell you, well, if you want a black man, you got to settle for this because, oh, you're not going to find a black man who can speak English and Spanish and French. You're not going to find that here. You're not going to find that here. You know what, sisters? Leave black men in the dust. Because if you settle for a nigger, he's gonna do exactly what happened to Robin Givens. He's not gonna appreciate the pity sex that you're giving him just to say you have someone. He's gonna disrespect you afterwards because he has no respect for you coming at you, knowing that he's not eligible for you, knowing that he's fat, knowing that he's bald, unathletic, unattractive, unintelligent. He's coming at you because he wants to degrade you, and you're single. If you had a man around, he would never think twice about disrespecting you. But when you're single, black woman, these men are disrespecting you by coming at you with nothing to offer, coming at you, and thinking what the little they offer is okay. It's making an exception is different than settling. Don't be with a man you are not interested in being with because he's black and you don't want to be single. Don't let men who don't have a biological clock tell you what to do with your time as a woman before menopause. Because he does not care about your livelihood. He doesn't care about your career. He doesn't care about you having to take care of yourself. If a man you marry dies or gets injured or leaves you, these men don't give a fuck about you, black women. Black men don't care anything about you. He doesn't. Single sisters, black men do not care anything about our condition. He only cares what he can get from us for free without having to come out of his wallet or come out of his manhood or his boyhood to show he is a man. And I'm warning you, just look at the comments. Just look at how men talk to me. Look at how men talk to you if you said half of the truths I said. Black men hate us. They hate us. And the ones that don't, the only reason they would interrupt this truth to say, hey, I don't hate you, is because they have kids, they're not eligible, and they want you to look and check out for them because they think that they can do so. I'm not saying this out of anger. This is a warning. If I see my sisters running into a burning building because they're blind and deaf and dumb, they can't smell, see, hear, taste, or feel fire, so they're running into a burning building because they think it's just warm, and I see that happening because I can see, hear, taste, smell, and my senses are intact. That's what Black High Priestess is about. I'm warning you, I'm not bashing black men. I'm just telling you all what you already know, but I'm giving you permission to accept what you know is true in your heart. Black people are inferior. Africans are inferior. We want to blame white people for going around and conquering and being inhumane. But the Bible talks about defending yourself. The Bible talks about going to war. Men defending the nation with warfare and slaughter. Sisters, black men are inferior. They're not willing to die for us. They're willing to die for white women because these interracial relationships are killing them. These interracial relationships are bringing on the wrath of these white men who are superior and who aren't having it. Imagine if our black men behaved with a fraction of the masculinity white men and other races of men had. Imagine if black men would go to war and would illegalize interracial dating amongst us. Imagine a black man had any type of code of honor. Black men are inferior. Our race is inferior. And you can go back to ancient Africa and say we were this and we were that. Stop. How far you want to go back to the fantasy worlds that y'all be creating? Live in real time. And be grateful for being an American. Yeah, you could have been born in Africa, drinking natural water, eating big fresh fruit, and still have to deal with the racism of white people over there because their leaders don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. At least we are over here where we're a conquered people, and look how far we've come as a conquered people. Africa is a continent more than 3 times bigger than our United States of America, and look what they have done for us. Jack shit. Go repatriate to Africa, go repatriate to Ghana, where they're just now figuring out because of Black Americans, not because of them, because of us. Africa has not done anything but mock us, copy us, mimic us, and then come here to look down on us, some of them. Africa has done jack shit for us except sell us into slavery. Stop glorifying Africa for the wrong reasons. The only reason we need to be talking about Africa is because it is where Black people are the dominant population, and it's the only place you can go where Black people are the dominant population. That's the only thing good about, ain't shit good about no motherfucker Africa for us. Come on. We as Black Americans have common sense. This isn't ridiculing Africa. I grew up around Africans. There's a reason people think I'm African and I'm not American. I'm trying to tell y'all what common sense sounds like. When you really think politically, scientifically, instead of like a victim. See, you Black people, you don't know how to think like white people. You're never going to defeat them because you think like an African. You want to get together, sing kumbaya, and just, this happened. This happened. That's African. White people, nah. Gully, fire people. White people are the fire nation. Africans, water. So you wanna, you we have to talk about our inferiority. We have to accept it. It's not going to change until Black people get in the mirror and admit, you know what? I do sound like a yuck mouth, slack jawed fool. And I know that I can put on a white accent when I'm making fun of white people. So maybe I should just talk like that all the time so I can actually feel superior instead of telling this chick she talks like a white girl. Maybe I should just talk in a way where it will get me respect from people outside of the slum in the hood. I mean, I'm sorry, the ghetto. Because a hood can be your neighborhood. Don't wear weave and argue me about your inferiority. You don't know how to do your natural hair. You rely on looking like a white woman to attract men. You're inferior. You don't stand up for Black women. You don't hold the door for women when they go by. You don't protect women when another man is overpowering her in an abusive way. You're inferior. Any man who sees a female as a threat is an inferior man. He's living in fear. The feminism in the Black community is what has destroyed the relationship between Black men and Black women. And last thing I'm going to say before I leave, There's nothing wrong with the relationship between Black men and Black women. You just have to log off social media. You have to get off of Hollywood. You have to get out of the conscious community where everyone is a victim and everyone is just learning how to be intelligent, just learning how to invest, just learning about natural hair, just learning about homeschooling, just learning about eating healthy. Get out of the conscious community where niggers are just learning how to be civilized. Get out of that. Because though us Black people who were groomed by superior white people with education, with real high class education, those of us who were groomed with parents who instilled discipline and morality, manners, skills, sophistication in us, we don't need conscious community. We need to have a product that's in demand, have something to offer, stay on your square, stay on your career, you know what I mean? And stop trying to get in the Black community because you think it's going to be easier. It's okay to put up with a little racism at work to keep your 6-figure job, to keep your 2-figure job. It doesn't matter. Stop thinking the grass is greener on the other side. If you ain't fit to do what someone else is trying to do, don't quit your job because your best friend has been an entrepreneur for 7 years and just caught their big break this year. When you're making 7 days a week on your job that other people can't even get 1 day a week with, you're doing good. Keep your job. Stop envying other Black people who are doing something different than you and ruining your livelihood trying to copycat the next Black person. That's the main problem with niggers. You think something's easy because a Black person is doing it and you don't know how to stay on your square and in your lane. You aren't original. Be original, Black people. Stop copying what everyone else is doing. How many men have you, I'm sorry for how many men have you all seen? How many Black men have you seen in the past 3 months start a YouTube channel or start giving relationship advice because of Kevin Samuel's buzz for cursing out an extremely dark-skinned woman who he felt like taking his frustration out on that day? How many Black men have started to give relationship guidance because they don't have anything better to do than to mimic Kevin Samuel's business model? It's pathetic how much Black people copycat each other to try and make a little this or a little that. I'm tired of it. Like, Black people are the most unoriginal people on the fucking planet now because we just copying each other. Go copy a white person because I'm not saying that's what we're doing, but it's just like those of us who are original, we're defeating standards of white supremacy. You all want to copy Black people because you think, oh, they're Black, so it must not be that hard. But if a white person was doing it, you wouldn't dare. So stop copying us. Those of you all who have no original thought surging through your veins, go somewhere else. Stop copying Black people instead of promoting the people who you admire so much. Everybody ain't meant to do everything. So if you have no actual skills, talent, or expertise in something, don't do it just because I want to be like this next person. Black people need to be able to admire someone without trying to copy them all the time. It's nothing wrong with being inspired, but this copycatting each other instead of promoting. Oh, that's working for you. Let me go ahead and do it instead of promoting you. And keep on doing what you're doing, what you're good at. Figure out what you're good at. Figure out what your spiritual path is. Figure out what your talent, what your calling is. Stop copying your friends. Stop copying the people you watch. Stop copying people, and be original. If you're gonna do something, make sure you're good at it. Make sure it's something you're interested in doing it. not just something that you saw the next black person do, or you saw someone you know do, and now you want clout for it. Now you want clout for it. Inspiration is one thing, but I'm sick of the copycatting. I'm sick of the copycatting. We don't need it. There's just certain stuff we really just don't need any more of, y'all, in the black community. Stuff we just don't need no more of, you know? If you wanna copy something, tell the truth. Get up and tell the truth and give some real solutions, and speak your piece and tell the truth about what really is going on in Black America and what really needs to happen. Because one thing, the only other thing I agree with Umar Johnson is we're endangered. Black women, if you don't start speaking up, there's not going to be a solution, because like I said, black men could give a fuck about our plight. They do not care about us. We are the black women, we're the only revolutionaries. Our men are inferior. So if you don't start speaking up and gaining allies, and learning how to network, and knowing how, if you don't know how to get away from black men and get out into society and take all this beauty and skills we have and get out here into society and make it, instead of waiting on black men, and get out here and network with other black women who are doing it, where we can be independent and working together doing it, instead of trying to wait on some black man who, when he gets on, he's going to put a white girl on, guaranteed. All these black men with platforms, who are they putting in their videos? Who are they putting in their artwork? Sisters, we are the black revolution. Our men are too busy getting killed and trying to pimp us, so we don't do what I'm talking about doing, which is just getting away from a bad situation and an abusive inferior man, an abusive inferior breed of men. You know, find places in Africa that aren't inferior. Find places in Africa that aren't, third world, and don't have ridiculous laws, where you can live normally, similar to what you're used to in America, and start visiting, or Europe. I think Europe is a great option for Black Americans to find other Black people who are actually eligible. I watch more European, movies and media at this point, shows and stuff. Top Boy on Netflix. Like, you don't have to watch American shit. But if you don't know, if you only speak English and you're not comfortable hearing accents and stuff, and you're not comfortable with, if you're only watching American entertainment, I don't know. But Black women, I see what's happening. Y'all see what's happening. These Black men want us to share them. And they want us to believe we're going to die single and alone if we don't settle for these men who already have women and children. My birthday's in a couple, 5 minutes. It'll be in 2 days. I'll be 36. I'm looking forward to this year. I'm having my birthday at a nice upscale venue. Gonna hear a live jazz performance with a few friends. And like I said, I'm gonna be hosting upscale dinner meetings twice a month for Black people in Chicago to really, my goal is to get Black people in Chicago out the hood and see if they can keep up with me when it comes to doing business. Because I can't do, I can do activism in the hood, but I can't do business in the hood. I've done it for 10 years, and I will get nowhere trying to work with niggers in Chicago. I'll get nowhere. And there's a point where you got to realize your talents are going to go to waste if you work with certain niggas. You better off working and dealing with people who at least your time and energy will have get paid or have something to show for it, where you can then afford to basically volunteer your service to niggas who are really not going to appreciate it. But if you're avant-garde and you're ahead of the CP time that niggas be on, be careful investing in working with niggas who ain't gonna appreciate you because they don't like the standards you're setting. So my main goal is to get Black people out the hood and to see what Black people are really on a sophisticated level and who can keep up. Because a lot of people, they can't afford time wise and stuff to really be a solution because they have children and that's a priority. And we need to make that okay again. We need to make Black people feel okay with being parents instead of, all this social media and stuff. Like Black parents don't want to be parents, and we want to blame and this and that. Like, no, it's us, Black people. We're inferior. We fuck like rabbits. We don't take care of our children. We don't care about our children. We care about ourselves immediately, and then we make our whole revolution about the children and about what we used to be in Africa, as if. It's tiresome. It's like Brexit is for Black people who understand the inferiority of our race and who don't want to celebrate it anymore. So start doing upscale stuff. Start making a presence in these white areas. And if they treat you with racism, complain professionally. Write an email. But start making a presence in places that are, start. Basically, what I'm saying is, Black women get together with other high class Black women like Issa Rae, like Insecure, have, like, get together and eventually let it snowball where you can bring some high class Black men into the fold without jealousy and competition over a man. Because the number one reason Black women aren't getting together is because if there's more than one of us in a space, we're like, oh, well, now it's another one, so I'm not standing out, so my chances of attracting a man are even less because I have to share the space with another woman. Because as Black people, we are used to being tokens. We're tokenized. So every and my other thing is, in Chicago, you go to events and it's all Black women. Events for Black women is all Black women, and the only brothers there are the promoter and the DJ. Where are all the Black men? They're with white women, married to white women. They're older, they're dead, they're in jail, they're little boys who are gang banging. That's where all the Black men are. Or they're at work on these jobs where they're having secret sexual relationships with one of the white girls. But in Chicago, when you go out, it's nothing but Black women who are single looking good. Where are all the Black men? They're going to where the white women hang out. You want to find the Black, they're going to where the white girls hang out on the weekends. So sisters, I can't keep talking against interracial dating if y'all looking busted and all wearing, all this other. That's why I'm trying to get people to come to out upscale to do what I do as a foodie, as a film person, and really relate and talk about the real problem going on in our race. Talk about the real inferiority and be something different. So see if y'all can swing that. See if y'all can get 5 people together at least once a month for the next 5 months. Check back in with me for those who are listening and who really want to take it seriously, sisters. Check back in with me May 30th. I'll go live again just to check and see if anyone's had any good experience. Um, if you don't like something, don't promote it, delete it, and promote something else instead. Promote a Black woman, promote a Black couple, promote a Black movie made by Black people, promote a success story of a Black American who was the first to do this, or who succeeded doing that, or who invented this. If you don't like Little Nas X, don't share it, don't talk about it, don't promote it. If you don't like all these interracial swirlers, and if you don't like what this Black man said, don't share it, don't promote it. When people look at your timeline, make sure it's all about solutions. Don't don't be like the news. When people come to your timeline, when people come to your social media, let them see things that the news won't promote. Let them see beautiful Black couples, dark skinned. Let them see beautiful Black women, and not just you taking selfies showing everyone how egocentric you are and how good you think you look. Show pictures of beautiful Black women on your timeline. No one's going to think you're a lesbian. They're going to think you're a revolutionary. Sisters, you got it? No one's going to think you're a lesbian if you show other beautiful Black women in their element. They're going to be like, man, she's not one of these mean, jealous bitches out here. Because a lot of these brothers, the good ones, not these fools who will go after the ratchet hoes. A lot of good brothers, they're sick of the attitude, they're sick of the obesity, they're sick of the they don't say they're sick of the fake hair because they're not, but they're sick of the attitude, and they're sick of the jealousy, and a lot of things that Black men who are looking for Black women who are single, a lot of things that they say, um personally I agree with, because a lot of times I meet Black women and I wouldn't want to date y'all either. You have attitude, you think you're better, you're embittered, you're rude. You always want to get in front of someone or walk in front of someone, or you always are competing. I'm talking about Black women. Some just being around some of y'all in public, don't even know y'all. The way you behave in public, you are just evil bitches for no reason. You just can't stand being around another beautiful Black woman. You treat other people just fine, but the moment a Black woman with natural hair comes around, or darker skin, or she's happy or whatever, and some of y'all, it doesn't matter. It's just you treat you some Black people are so nasty to people, just so mean, evil, wicked, and nasty to strangers, to people, just evil in public. And the biggest problem with you Black women, you don't know how to get the fuck off of your phone in public. Why are you always talking on the phone and trying to do something? Why are you talking on the phone trying to buy stuff? Talking on the phone trying to do this? Talking on the phone when you're holding up the line? It's ignorance. You're ignoring your surroundings because everything is about you. And that's exactly what these Black men who have dated some of y'all, and when they bash, some of these Black men are bashing because they dated some of you women like the women I'm talking about, loud, ignorant, masculine, ghetto, rude, snobby, arrogant, just being around Black women. It's like it's either a fake happiness where her happiness is about competing and proving how happy she can be and proving, hey, I'm a happy black woman and I'm better than the other black woman because I'm smiling and I'm happy. You know that fake Oshun that a lot of black women like to portray because they think it makes them a better, they think it makes them seem like a white girl when they act happy and they act, they act super high all the time. Black people, we can handle our weed. So no black woman gets all like super gay and flirty because she's high. She's putting on an act because black women like to be actresses. So remember, a lot of black women will act they'll be too flirtatious, too happy, too all that extra. That's another form of competing with your sisters. Being phony is not gonna get you noticed in the right way. There's, like I said, I know what's going on. I see it. I feel it. Black people are not the same. There's something wrong with black people. And those of us who are civilized and superior and sophisticated, I spent 3 hours, which is not necessary. I kind of ranting, but I haven't gone live, and this is what happens. Last time went live, it was lasted like 4 hours again. But black people, Brexit, being a black conservative, not Republican. I'm not talking about voting. I'm talking about changing your social circle to black conservatives. Know what it means to be a conservative. Know the ideology. There was no other revolutionary ideology except being a black conservative. This is not about taking a political vote. It's about the type of social circle you want as a revolutionary. You don't want any victims. You want superior, moral, healthy black people who are about creating solutions and who have a track record for doing that and who can think for themselves and understand the revolution has evolved past these niggers here who want ties for preaching. Umar Johnson has become a preacher. He was actually helping black people when he was a clinical psychologist. I hesitated to put doctor, to put the DR on my title because it's like I don't he's lost that, but at the same time I'm not here to disrespect other black people who already have a track record being a solution. No matter what's happened now, Umar Johnson is a doctor. He has a doctorate in psychology. He's a doctor. And for me, he's a doctor. But he's got bad juju on him, and now he's a glorified preacher. You're getting up there lying, saying that you can't find any black people to volunteer to help you. Umar Johnson, you have had millions upon millions of people follow you at one point. Prominent black people. Prominent black people who believed in what you were talking about. You mean to tell me, after over the years, you've had people email you, you put out your number, you collected black people's emails, which I personally think when you did that a few years ago, before you had the school and you collected black people's emails and resumes for them to apply, that was the first time I thought you was a government agent, Dr. Umar Johnson. What are you collecting black people's information for, knowing that, and you're still asking for Umar Johnson, you are a fraud. You're a fraud. Who was doing better when you had less followers and more time to help black children. You had less money and more common fucking sense. He's still help. All I'm saying is, when it comes to black men, Umar Johnson is not a role model to follow. He's a spokesperson for the Black Panther Party. I mean, all of his rhetoric is nothing new. Kevin Samuels is not saying anything black women haven't been saying for years. He's just not a woman. So black men will listen and black men will agree and women will give him credit because it's easier than giving another woman who's probably more beautiful and classier than you credit and sharing her shit. Because if a woman says that, women will not be like, yeah, you're right. Women are gonna, you bitch, you think she thinks she that's black women. That's how black women act to other black women when black women tell them the truth about how ratchet they are and ineligible. Girls, that's what would happen if Kevin Samuels was a black woman. If Kevin Samuels looked like the sister he went viral for bashing and ridiculing, if he was dark skinned and female, that's how black women would act toward her if she said the same thing about black women. But because Kevin Samuels is a man who portrays himself to be rich, has anyone checked his website? Does anyone know how much he charges to consult people? So here, this is why when I posted on Facebook a month ago asking people how much he thinks Kevin Samuels pays these dumb, ignorant black women to call in his show and look bad. And I'm like, you got to be stupid if you don't think that he's paying. Look how much he charges for consultation. That's how much black women are paying thousands of dollars to be told that they're fat, ugly, and too old. You guys really think black women are that dumb? No. Black women are almost as bad as black men when it comes to doing anything for money. A black woman will say no to money for her dignity quicker than a black man will, though. So, all I'm saying, if Kevin Samuels was a female, black men would have tried to cancel her. I wouldn't be surprised if some black men plotted to beat her up in the street or stuff like that. Because a lot of these brothers out here, you get around these brothers that have no discipline and stuff like that, and you start expressing yourself as a woman. You gotta be careful. These men have no discipline out here. But if Kevin Samuels was a black woman, you think people would be agreeing with him? No. You think black people be like, I actually agree with, I heard what he said? No. They would treat him like they treat every other black woman who tells the truth. They would call her a black man basher, and they would actually start to talk about her situation and talk about her why don't men talk about the fact that he's divorced twice and is single, and that he's clearly has a bias about what he's saying? Black men protect men. Black men think black women are human shields. Black men think black women are their personal nannies. Black men think it's the black woman's job to protect and provide for him. He thinks it's the black woman's job to come show interest to him, to ask him to marry her. And then he's gonna He's gonna make a blog and start a campaign saying if you want better relationships, make better choices. And he's gonna promote interracial dating and promote white women and tell black men to make better choices. If the black woman keeps it real, says you're not good enough for me. I deserve better. I deserve a more masculine man. That's what his response will be. Well, I'll get a white woman. Mark my words, sisters. The spell on black men is out of our control. Stop trying to break it. Stop trying to help him. Stop trying to wake him up. Stop trying to protect him. And black women with sons, let him grow up. You black women who make turn your sons into your husbands, you're the reason that these men grow up to be no good. I'm not saying, I don't want to say you're the reason. The father not being in the home is the reason. But you have got to let him grow up. Women in general, if you're single mothers and the man isn't around, because of abuse, because of jail, because of, if you're really single mothers, not like you got some baby daddy around doing shit for you, but y'all just don't want to live together because somebody cheated and y'all want to have drama that the kids suffer. I'm talking about a man really ain't doing shit for you. He's gone. He's in jail. He's a deadbeat. He's gone. He's not helping you with the children at all. You have a restraining order. Sisters, you I know you're overwhelmed, but you have to spend time with your children and play with them and make them feel important. I know you can't do everything yourself, but you have to take time to make the children important, because when they see you just working tired, working tired, working tired, and then I'm trying to have a man on the side somewhere working tired, they're going to feel like slaves, and they're going to grow up to think that their life is about someone else. You got to take time and let those children know they're still important, because not having a father in the home, they already feel like they're not valued. So it's important, even if it's just once a week where you're just watching a movie, even if you fall asleep watching the movie, you have to have some family time with your children to make them feel important. Can't let people tell you what's important and what's not. People telling single mothers, black women, all types of things to do. Nobody has to deal with what we have to deal with, having inferior bullshit men making our lives harder. Like I said, if it don't apply, let it fly. Some of you women aren't actually single, doing it on your own. Don't let any man who is not your husband or who is not your father, if you're underage, don't let any man tell you how to live your life as a woman. He does not give a fuck about what you have to go through. He only cares about what he can get from you to make him feel better about him. He does not care about you or your desires, your pleasure, your career, what you want, how you feel. All he cares about is making you feel insecure enough to have sex with him so he can go off feeling better about himself, knowing he conquered a good one. Because now that he knows he can do it to you, he knows his game is good, so he will go around using that same line on other women. You are just a tool. You're just a something he can use. You don't think so? Go ahead and sleep with these dudes before putting them through the test. Go ahead and sleep with a dude before figuring out his relationship status. Sleep with a dude before making him take you out multiple times and show that he can actually afford to have a woman in his life. Because if he can't afford to take you out to dinner, what's going to happen if you get pregnant? Test these men out. Stop letting these men tell you what is and what isn't. Know your worth, know your standards, and don't settle. Or do settle and see don't you regret it. Do settle and see am I not telling you the truth? Men who are not eligible for you but still come at you because you're single, they think you're insecure, they want to see what they can get, and they've been taught how to manipulate the black woman's emotions. Men who love black women also have been taught by some of the most. I'm from Chicago. I don't know where some of y'all be from, but black men here are pimps. They know what to say when all the men have been taught by the men who are pimps, because the real men got killed at war or won't date black women. They're too good and too educated for the black woman now. But in Chicago, all black men learn how to pimp women. Black men learn. That's why I said stay away from Hebrew Israelites, because their agenda is to pimp women. Their agenda is to create harems of black women. Their agenda is to have the black marketplace male dominated and female labored. That's the agenda of black Hebrew Israelites. The black Hebrew Israelites cannot defeat white supremacy. The Nation of Islam can, if they let a black man run them and not Farrakhan's white ass. But at least the Nation of Islam has upstanding, masculine, strong, healthy, athletic black men who only date black women. You're not going to find that in the black Hebrew Israelites. The black Hebrew Israelites in America ain't nothing but some fat niggers who have Asmodeus, the demon of lust, in them, who all have black wives that they cheat on, and they have all manipulated these black women to let them cheat, and they call it polygamy. And all these black women, they know that their husbands cheat and they don't do anything about it, because these black men they sleep with these women and they put demons in these women to make these women stay in polygamous relationships. Stay away from black Hebrew Israelites. They don't even read the real Bible. Have you all ever made them read from the Bible when they get up and give their speeches? That's amazing. I've seen it. I've looked at it. I made them show me when they get up there, and I had to argue with one of them until another brother came and said, no, let her see it. Because see, unlike most black people, I know how to read the Bible. I can read for myself. I could read Old English. I could read proper English. I could read Shakespearean English. So you're not just going to tell me what the Bible says. I grew up reading the Bible. I have several Bibles. I read the Bible every day. And I grew up reading the Bible, unlike most black people. I had to read and study the Bible. After school, I didn't get to go play with my friends and do this and that. I got to go home and study the Bible now because my mom was a lunatic. And she thought that going to a Kingdom Hall 3 times a week and making us study instead of letting us have a childhood was the best thing to do. But I digress. um my point is, you can't just tell me what the Bible says when I know the Bible better than most Bible scholars in the black community. So I'm letting y'all know the Black Hebrew Israelites, they don't even go off of a real Bible. The Bible that they're teaching from is a Masonic white supremacist Bible. It's not the real scriptures, and it's not a translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is a legitimate Masonic Bible. Freemasons at that. The ones that went rogue and just did whatever they wanted. Because the Masons ain't nothing but the Knights Templars. So stop. Y'all do too much. That's what I'm saying. Learn the ignorant shit, and learning from niggas ain't helping you. You best to just go ahead and learn from white people, because they'll tell you about history and conquer. But Black people want to slap black on shit and negate stuff that's white and everything. And next thing you know, you don't even know real history no more, because you let some Black people convince you what's Black and what. You better just learn history from crackers, because they're the ones who wrote it. Black or Africans, we have oral tradition. So written history I'm not saying they started. We have papyrus, we had Egypt, we have Sanskrit, the Asians, but for the most part, written history is Caucasian. We inscribed our stuff in stone, and we kept the tradition sacred with people like the oracles, who have the rights to tap into the Akashic records and tell you what really happened. I have those rights. That's why we have an oral tradition of Vodun. But you guys, the Knights, the Masons ain't nothing but the remnants of the Knights Templars. They're supposed to be. You got these rogue fraternities and sororities and everything, and that's what the Hebrew Israelites are. They call these Black women Eastern Stars to put Jezebel on them. And once these Black women let these niggers call them Eastern Stars and initiate them into white feminism, then they convince them that they're sacred. And once these Black women who come from the ghetto most of the time and are ignorant are convinced that they're sacred by some Black man with a demon on him, then they think that they're priestesses, but really they get put in a harem because they've been told it's divine. Women who listen to me, stay away from Black men and Black women who are married to Hebrew Israelites. Or don't, and see what happened. Because if you listening to me, you got to be on some spiritual level. I'm teaching you witches how to protect your energy from Satanists. So thank you, Jude, Duran. Thank you, everyone. It's almost been 4 hours now. I said an hour ago I was gonna be done. And thank you for listening to my rant. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. I'm clearly fed up. I've clearly seen a lot of things, and I just used Umar's interview as an opportunity to speak on some things spiritually. I love Umar Johnson, but I wanted to take this time to talk to dark Black women with natural hair, the type of sisters he claims he wants to date and have in his school. I'm letting y'all know. Check the spirits. And the reason I'm talking to women of a certain skin color and hair texture, because our electromagnetic energy field is a lot more activated than anybody else's, especially, and the Black man has forfeited his aura, electromagnetic energy field. The Black man has forfeited his aura, sisters. He doesn't want us. He doesn't want the woman God gave him. He doesn't want the responsibility of protecting and providing for us. And he's collectively said that. Black men individually, they as individuals can spare themselves the curse by being covered with the blood of Christ. But being covered with the blood of Christ is actions. It's not just belief. It's how you treat other Black people. Umar Johnson told Black men, you have no right to date white women. The Bible says that. The Bible says that. So why aren't churches teaching against interracial dating? Because they're government funded. and the government hates Black people. So, you know, like I said, I love Umar, but he's got to get that bad voodoo taken off of him. He's got to cut ties with some of these fake spiritual Black women that he gets readings from, who are demon possessed. And he he should realistically let a real revolutionary take over the school that he started, give any rights he has to that school, sign it over to a real Black revolutionary who is not a fraud. And he should go back to doing lectures now that things are opening, and he should be real with his audience and say, hey, I was overwhelmed. I had a lot of ambition, but I did not actually have the leadership and organizational skills to do it all by myself. And I was a little too egotistical to work with other men who were better than me at what I was trying to do. So here's what I'm going to do to make sure that Black women are the priority, because if Black women get prioritized, so will the children. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give this platform over to a few couples, not men, but men with wives who are better examples than I am. And I'm going to take a year and a half to travel, get my money back up so I don't have to beg, get my money back up so I can pay back some of that $1 million that I took from the Black community when I was splurging it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on a campaign around the world teaching the lessons again about white supremacy, and I'm going to prioritize finding a wife. That's what I would like to see from Dr. Umar Johnson. Give up the platform that is not met. You don't have the skills and the talent to do what you're trying to do. Get back on your square. Give that demon back to that woman who put it on you. I know who she is, who they are. Give the demons back to these fake spiritual women who do not really do voodoo. Get back to being Umar Johnson, the school psychologist. Get back to being a lecturer and get yourself a wife. Because you see, these Black men, they want to all convince Black women. No, you Black men who you want polygamy and you have these childhood Asian porn fantasies of whatever your little sexual fetishes are. You guys are the ones who are going to die old and alone, or just alone, because Black women aren't going for your guys' bullshit anymore. So I think Umar Johnson needs to just give the platform over to someone like, Lord Jamar, or someone who, like he said, he knew someone. Give it over. Let someone buy you out or something like that. So you can stop asking for money and everything. Get your money up so you can get married and continue doing what you're doing with a woman, and stop with the school shit, because it's not your fucking forte, my nigga. It's not your fucking forte. There's real leaders out here. Get out of their lane and get back in yours. That's what I want Umar Johnson to do. There's nothing wrong with asking for donations and everything, but you've lost respect from people. So you need to give back some of the respect you lost from people who believed in you. And you need to start, instead of asking for donations, you need to start promoting the thousands of other Black people who believed in you, who are already doing things that you're not doing while you're getting clout. Why don't you set an example, Dr. Umar Johnson? You don't promote nan nigga. You don't promote nan nigga. You always up here talking about some how you this that and the King Kong consciousness, and how you the only one doing it, nigga. You not okay. We're gonna see what God has to say about what you got to say about you the only one this and you the biggest one doing that. You know you didn't read the Bible because you sound demon possessed. You sound egotistical. You sound like you got Jezebels in your ear pumping up your ego, telling you should have 9 wives. That's a corrupt Yansan. What is the number 9? Who's the mother of 9? That's an unclean Oya spirit who likes to compete with other women by getting Shango. Oh, if she can't have Shango, then no one else can. See, I know the difference between an Orisha and a demon acting like one. Do you? My audience should by now. And if you don't, you should be asking questions on how to tell from somebody who actually knows these Orisha. I've slept with them. They slept with me, I should say. I know what I'm talking about. Y'all need to take heed about the satanic warfare going on. If you're not doing voodoo now, don't do it. It's not for you. You don't need it. There's really not no real. The gates are kind of closed. To be honest, the gates are really closed now. And I ordained that. I ordered that. I put out the ordinance for the gates to be closed once I saw the corrupt Oshun running rampant in America. Part of that was my fault. I was so eager to teach Black women about Oshun when I was supposed to shut the fuck up and let her work through me, instead of trying to make her an idol for other women. And now other women talking about honey and bees and sunflowers and stuff, and they don't know how to cook, wearing blonde weave and just doing weird shit that ain't even voodoo, just doing weird shit that's just clearly is it's what white people would do if they got access to our Orisha that they did not understand. That's what I see a lot of Black people doing. You're not accessing Orisha. You accessing a demonic energy that makes you think more of yourself than you should. When you get with real spirituality, you humble yourself, because when you encounter real power, you don't go out egotistical. Y'all don't fear Jah. You don't fear Jah. You don't fear power. You don't know real power, because if you did, I don't care how big and powerful you were, you would I freak out every time I look in the mirror because my beauty freaks me out. And then I have to humble myself instead of getting mad every time I see people looking at me and staring at me and acting funny, because when I look in the mirror, I get freaked out too. But I see what God did and it freaks me out. I look at my cats and I see how much joy they bring me and how they behave and everything. And it's God, the creator. Y'all don't know power if you Black men. This inferiority comes from not fearing Jah. Black men are afraid of white men instead of Jah. They hate Jah, they hate Christ, they hate white men, and they hate Black women. They want to be Hebrew Israelites because they want to go back to a time where they could oppress black women without the white man conquering them and intervening. Because before Christ came, the black Hebrew Israelite men was raping, oppressing. Judah almost burned Tamar when she was pregnant with his baby. This is how evil black men have always been. Why do you think the black male Hebrew Israelites negate the New Testament? Because they hate Christ. Why do they hate Christ? Because they're Satanists. They are the synagogue of Satan that they want to convince you these Ashkenazi Jews are. And they hate Christ. They have an antichrist spirit. Because all they want to do is oppress black women. And when Christ came, he did away with their wickedness in general, not just toward the black woman. Black men hate Christ, they hate white men, and they hate black women. They don't want to answer to any authority. They don't want to answer to Christ. And that's why they hate black women who I don't really say Jesus too much, but they don't like black women who are faithful and who are Christian. Because they don't want a woman who has a standard of masculinity that is the standard Christ set. Black men don't want to reach the standard Christ set. White men do, though, because white men want to be superior. Black men don't want to be superior. They just want black women to worship them. They'd rather manipulate the black woman than to actually make the effort into being Christ-like. If it don't apply, let it fly. But all black men listening know what I'm talking about. You all are part of the conscious community. You all have heard black men bash black women. You all have said these things that I'm saying that you say about black women to excuse swirling, to excuse the bashing, to excuse your inferiority. All of the things you do to blame black women, blame single mothers, blame feminism, it's all our fault. The black man is incapable of accountability. He does not want to. He would rather hear Kevin Samuels tell him he's no shit if he makes less than six figures than hear me tell him, you know what, I'm going to stay single until I find what I'm really looking for, because you're not it. Then I risk getting shot or getting hit in the face or getting bashed or having rude comments because it's not what I'm looking for. But if Kevin Samuels tells you you ain't shit because you don't make six figures, and I'm just telling you, hey, I'm not looking for a baby daddy who can't speak English, then I'm the problem. But no, Kevin Samuels, he's right. Oh, and he gets on men too. No, not really. Men don't like Kevin Samuels because he gets on men. Men don't listen to Kevin Samuels because they're rich and they're tall and they're handsome and athletic. I've never seen a tall, rich, handsome, athletic man listening to Kevin Samuels or commenting or agreeing, because he's too busy actually dealing and getting with the women that he can get. And I don't see natural, dark-skinned, sexy sisters listening to Kevin Samuels, because the shit doesn't speak to us. It doesn't matter how beautiful we are. Men won't date us. Men won't love us. Men won't respect us. He's speaking to white women and black men. He's speaking to black men who are rich, who white women will throw themselves at because they're rich. So no, men don't listen to Kevin Samuels because they're trying to make six figures to be with a black woman. Black men listen to Kevin Samuels to hear him bash women so their fat, bald, ask and feel better about why they're single. And instead of taking accountability, it's the woman's fault. They don't listen to Kevin Samuels because they're trying to figure out how to make a six-figure income to be able to afford a sexy black woman who's skinny and single. So let's just stop the fuckery. It's black women. It's okay to expose black men. What your silence is only really hurting you, sisters. Because white men are listening, white women are listening. Everything's public now, even when it's private, it's public. People take snapshots and post your private message. I mean, I don't even know why. It's stupid to be on social media a lot of times. And social media is the number one reason for divorce, I would say. Social media has destroyed this nation and it's destroyed the world. It really has. It's not made things better. It's made people more addicted to a machine, and it's turned everybody into androids where their phones are smarter than them. So anyway, um yeah, that's about it. I think I've said enough. Thanks for listening. Peace and love. Listen, learn, like, subscribe. Um, leave your comments. Let me know. Like I said, let me know if you agree. Let me know what you disagree with. If you watched Umar Johnson's interview. But mostly I just want to answer your all's questions about the Orisha, about African spirituality, voodoo, and witchcraft, about spells, breaking spells, rituals you can do to cleanse. Always check out my Etsy shop, check out things like that. But um, I really just want to answer questions you all have and create some spiritual solutions and get black people off of this victim. I mean, just just get black people caught up and really honestly, like, I'm just helping my audience join me on my journey of cutting ties with the toxic black community and actually still climbing that revolutionary ladder where it's going to be lonelier, but at least the people that we're building with are real black revolutionaries and not just a bunch of niggers, not just a bunch of niggers. And I'll say the things that Candace Owens and that other light skinned cop who started out with her and quit after he made like I'll say what other black people don't want to say because they're making too much money off of what they're saying. We are sick of niggers. Black people, black revolutionaries, black people with solutions, those of us who are fighting and trying, we're sick of you niggers getting in our way. And we're sick of you niggers making black people look bad and feeding into all of this when we're actually trying to do something that's not going to be televised and that isn't being televised now. I mean, if you think going viral happens because you're talented, you're an idiot. You really are a dummy if you think going viral and getting a record. I mean, if you think, and I love the City Girls, honestly, I do. I wouldn't know anything about them though if I wasn't taking dance classes, if I wasn't taking dance classes where my dance instructor listened and we danced to a lot of this music that I don't listen to. Last summer, I was in the car, and I was riding around with a friend. I wasn't driving; they weren't driving, and so the sister who was driving, she had on a song. I had never heard the song, but I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, the lyrics are kind of tight. And I'm like, who is that? And she's like, oh, this is Megan the Stallion. I was like, oh, that's who everyone's. I only heard Megan the Stallion from hearing black men say, oh, a stallion is a horse, and just kind of talking, kind of bashing, but people just just kind of talking about her. But I don't listen to radio and I don't listen to that music. So that was my first time hearing one of her songs, Girls in the Hood. And I was like, okay, her lyrics are tight. Um, City Girls is another one where my point is this. And I'm gonna before I say this, I'm going to give this disclaimer because I would like to meet the City Girls one day. I've been praying for them. I said a prayer to the Most High last week, praying, please let the City Girls be used to elevate Black women, because they're real women who clearly did a little something to get a little fame, and now they're fulfilling their oath. But my point is, Young Miami can barely talk. She, it's nothing against her, it's nothing against you, Young Miami. I love you and I watch you a lot, and I think you have a great personality, and I think Jatavia has a great personality. Because JT, see, I'm calling her Jatavia and Young Miami, but Young Miami doesn't like to be called Carisha. I know, because I watch her, and I think that's right. You should respect her. But the thing about the City Girls is these are real girls, and these are obviously really city girls. They remind me of my cousins. They remind me of sisters in the hood who I know. They remind me of real women who are really black in America, really out here, really from bad conditions, from the projects. They remind me of some like real sisters from Chicago. But my point is, do you think they would be famous if they made Black women look good? Do you think they would be famous if they weren't just materialistic and always posting about name brand clothes that they're so happy that these men are getting them? Do you think they would be famous if they didn't do something to get on that platform? They would still be performing in clubs, underground, in different places in Miami, getting a buzz. But the what if the fame didn't happen, what would they have to fall back on? Young Miami comes from a criminal family. She would be a criminal if she didn't have this fame. JT is more intelligent than you could tell from her music. So JT, I wouldn't say that for, because I could tell she's really intelligent, and she can speak and conduct herself in a way where she's relevant outside the hood. But my point is, if they weren't wearing weave, long nails, name brand clothes that are not name brand by Black designers, by the way, or African designers, I should say. They're not going to Africa putting on African designers. You're going to Japan wearing more white, Caucasian, Japanese clothes, putting on putting on Japanese. You all aren't doing anything for. You're not putting on African designers while you having these men buy you a bunch of things that other Black women will never get. Other Black women will never get flued out unless we put on blonde weave and get some butt implants and throw ourselves at whoever, for a deal or for whatever. But a sister, we're not getting flued out. So if you think you go viral overnight for being cute, for doing something, if you think you go viral, overnight, when you really have no talent, when you're doing things that people on the street are doing better, why are these type of people, why are these type of Black women being handpicked to be put in the spotlight to make us look bad? Why don't they put intelligent, articulate, revolutionary Black women who can actually sing, actually dance, actually have talent, actually have, femininity, and are not just material Barbie dolls? Why aren't they putting real Black women there? Why won't they put Black women anywhere? Why are they only putting Black women who make Black women look bad and look empty up there? Stop. People need to, remove head from ass. You don't go viral, you don't get famous, you don't get record deals, you don't get in a movie without knowing the right person and being making compromises. No one picks you up because you're talented. Talented people don't get picked up by agents. We become entrepreneurs, we become artisans, we become freelancers, and we make do with what we can. But you don't become famous out of a gazillions of people. You don't become famous like that unless you want to go find your closest library, or I mean not library, find your closest bookstore. They closed all the Barnes and Nobles, they closed all of that other bookstore, so you got to go online, or you got to go to a metaphysical bookstore, get the Satanic Bible by Anton Vander LaVey, that other dude's protege. Get the Satanic Bible, read it through, do the satanic ritual. There's two in there. Do the satanic pact where you sign your name in blood, make a pact with Satan for what you want, write it down, do the ritual, and then you'll go viral overnight. And if you think Black High Priestess is lying to you, try me. Mosey on to your nearest bookstore, buy the book, The Satanic Bible by Anton Vander LaVey. Do the ritual if you want. And if you're that gully, and if you're that stupid, and if you're that curious and want to see, do the ritual, the second one, the real deal one that I'm telling you about. If you're a female, mosey onto the store or Amazon or what have you, gets Anton Vander's LaVey's other book, The Satanic Witch. There are 3 specific rituals they show you on how to use satanic witchcraft. Take your pick, depending on if you're a virgin mother or crone energy. And do that and see, don't you get a Black man yesterday? You want to know what the white women are doing to get Black men? Mosey on over to the bookstore, get the Satanic Witch book by Anton Vander LaVey, and try me. But if you don't want to burn in hell after you die, if you don't want to curse your soul, if you don't want to have to eat shit and talk about feces and make fart jokes and wear a dress if you're a man, or desecrate yourself with Botox if you're a woman, or wear makeup more often than not, to the point where you can't even show your real face. If you don't want that, if you don't want to make a pact with those demons where you have to do those things, but the only time you can look good is when you're live, and every other time you everything's just shits and giggles. If you don't want that, then keep on trucking, deal with persecution gracefully, keep praying to God for what you want, and accept whatever He gives you. And if you're beautiful, if you're healthy, if your teeth are intact, if you have any income, if you don't live on the street, if your children have food and are healthy and aren't dumb, then you need to thank God for what you have, and you need to pray to God that you don't lose your beauty, your health, your wisdom, your intellect, your income. You need to pray to God every day for that. And you need to keep on trucking, and you need to utilize whatever talent you actually have that you were born with, instead of selling your soul for other people's talents. You all don't take me seriously? Go get the Satanic Bible. And I'll see you in Hollywood. I'll see you on TV next to Cardi B. Or better yet, I might even see you with Jay-Z and Beyonce. The top witch and warlock of black hip hop right now. Or maybe music isn't your thing. Maybe you're an athlete and you want to be in the Olympics. I'll see you at the next Olympics. You won't have to actually do the training as much. You'll have to act like you're doing it. Or maybe you got a book that you really want published and you want to be on Oprah's book club with it, instead of just, a small time publisher and just 50 people in the hood who know who you are, and one or two, book club meetings a month or whatever. Maybe that's not good enough for you as an author. You want to be on Oprah and you want to be the bestseller for a year. Go get the Satanic Bible. See don't somebody call you asking for your book, asking for your movie script. You all don't think it's serious? Go ahead and sell your soul. Go ahead and do some satanic rituals. Go ahead and read up on it. Because like I said, when I talk about what I know about. You black people are listening to black people who can't help you because they don't know shit about exorcism. You have to know about demons to know about exorcism. Stop listening to black people who haven't read the Bible, who don't know nothing about Satanism, don't know nothing about witchcraft. Stop listening to people who are acting like they know it because they watched a few videos that told them somebody sold their soul. This shit is a trend for most people. This is my life. Test it out. Those of you who you want your fame so bad, you want your fame and your fortune, you want your followers, you want your million subscribers, you want your YouTube plaque, you want to monetize your channel, you want all this other stuff, pay the price. Or just keep working and be happy with the difference you're already making in people's lives. because excuse me, because look at, Young Miami be talking about how she don't like the fame and people calling her name and things she's not used to. What did you think was going to happen? See, people want things. Be careful what you wish for, because now you got your fame and now you got that, but there's a whole bunch of other stuff that comes with it. But when you're really a star and you don't need Hollywood to help you shine, you know what it's like to have paparazzi, because every time you leave the house, no matter if you got on Gucci or Chanel, or you got on some hand-me-downs from the thrift store, or some clothes you wore yesterday, people are hollering at you, looking at you, staring at you, watching your every move. So when you're really a star, you're gonna get the attention no matter what, because you outshine everywhere you go. But when you want more than you bargained for, it should be bittersweet, don't it? Well, I think I've said enough now. So, but all I'm saying is, Start taking things seriously. Brides and mages. Take spiritual warfare seriously, test people out. And Black women, we all we got. We all we got. These men are not, they're not doing nothing for us. And they're not going to. Let Black men prove they're not inferior. But don't wait up, because you're gonna be waiting another 5,000 years. It's out of our hands. God ordained the white man to oppress the Black man because of his wickedness. Man means man and woman back in the day, you know. But God ordained the Caucasian. He pulled them from the extremities of the earth, which is Antarctica, and pulled the tribes of Japheth that migrated to the colder climates and pulled them from the extremities of the earth to come back and oppress us for our wickedness. Sisters, that's what I'm saying. Don't waste no time and energy on these Black men. They have cursed themselves. Best thing you could do is steer clear of the curse and get somewhere, Africa, Jamaica, Brazil, Haiti. I know Haiti's been sanctioned, but if you can live indigenously, it's no biggie. Like, I'm just saying, you need to get somewhere, or really fortify your spiritual space while, if you're going to post up in America, because they're trying to glorify these harems. They're trying to glorify homesteading is good if it can work, but don't think you're just gonna up and join no strangers camp and it's gonna be any different than you getting a job with corporate America. Stop thinking you about to be treated differently or things are gonna be different joining someone else's camp than it would be working for a cracker. It's not really. If you can homestead, homestead. If you feel unsafe and you want to join someone else's community, check it out, because you're probably joining a cult and don't realize it, or you probably joining a cult that the members haven't realized it's a cult yet. Stop thinking there's some way to hide from Armageddon. Stop trying to hide from Armageddon, y'all, and get right with God. You see, now is the time. Now everyone's spirituality is being tested, because while these niggas trying to monetize their shit, which is gonna get taken. Look at young Pharaoh. What do you want to monetize for? To get it taken away every time someone hates on you and reports you, or every time you say something that makes a difference, and now they want to censor you. Everybody trying to rely on monetization and this and that. Where's your spiritual progress at, where you're really relying on God? Stop trying to hide from Armageddon, y'all. Right, baby. They're hiding. I gotta go. So, yeah. Peace and love. Listen, learn, like, subscribe, follow me on Instagram. Check out my Etsy shop. Purchase an Oracle consultation. Feel free to ask questions and give me some topics to go live with. One love.